Okay, hi everybody, and we're going to continue now from page 313 of the Externalization of the Hierarchy. We've come to a new section, and sometimes I think rather than stop on the hour or the half hour, I should stop when a new section begins, if it begins in a reasonable time. But let's see how it goes. DK has been simply attempting to arouse the disciples and, by extension, to arouse us out of our tamas to greater and more efficient action in service. May the love of God and of your fellow men inspire you, the light of your souls direct you, and the strength of the group enable you to aid in bringing good out of the present evil by right action and clear thinking. It is always possible for Sanat Kumara, as the very head of activity on our planet, to bring good out of present evil. And in our own lesser way, we have to learn to do that too. So now we begin the work of reconstruction. And, if this was written in August of 41, the Operation Barbarossa, the attack on Russia, had been launched in June. It was a very serious time. Now, Alice Bailey sometimes warned the astrologers. She was always happy to do that. Don't take these dates too literally, because maybe they are a little bit misleading. Who knows how long it took to get things into print and distributed among the groups and among the students. When we look at the idea of reconstruction, the forces of reconstruction under Gemini come to our mind. The forces of restoration of the divine plan, come in at Easter. The forces of enlightenment at the Wesak festival. There are first ray elements and second ray elements operating at the Wesak time with the forces of enlightenment. And here we have reconstruction. It's kind of a Uranian activity. It comes in at the time of the festival of the Christ, the festival of humanity. Now, really, so much of what is done here, and we should take it to heart, is this attempt to arouse the group members and whoever might be reading his instructions to a greater efficiency, effectiveness in service. Why has he spent so much time and effort to do this? Apparently because, lagging behind the ever-ready hierarchy and the intense, inchoate invocation of the masses of suffering people are the disciples. And the disciples apparently were the weakest link here, and were not really doing their job. They were interested in their ideals and their pet theories, and maybe every one of us should consult within and see whether he's talking to us as well. Chances are that he is. Anyway, August 1941, it was, if this date is correct, before the winter of Russia slowed everything down to a crawl. The invasion was caught in the mud. So, this was a venture, and the 1942 venture, which was a reassertion of the invasion, pretty well lost the war for Germany. So let's go on and see what is said here. Excuse me. As I have studied the world disciples, and by that he doesn't mean third-degree initiates. Sometimes the term world disciple is applied to a third-degree initiate, but, disciples in the world, I think, is what he means here. As I have studied the world disciples during the present world crisis, I see them borne down by inertia, not the inertia that comes from selfishness and self-centeredness, or the inertia due to lack of understanding of the nature of the crisis, or the inertia due to sheer laziness, but an inertia based upon deep inner depression, to a sense of human failure and to an introspectiveness which is natural but useless at this time. How very direct he is. And I can just see these disciples coming back in, I suppose some of them are in embodiment right now, and trying to do better, So it's not normal causes that are behind this kind of inertia that he senses. It's depression and failure and some kind of preoccupation with looking within and not mobilization towards the actions which have to be taken in the world and with confidence in the doing of those actions. Some disciples, both on the probationary path and on the path of discipleship, take refuge in the perpetuation of the activities with which they were engaged when the war started. This idea of taking refuge, kind of protecting oneself from the realization of what's really happening and how serious it is. Take refuge in the perpetuation of the activities with which they were engaged when the war got started. Some take refuge in the determination to wait until the crisis is over and appear to think that any work along the old lines of spiritual endeavor is of no real use. Still others take refuge in a feverish outer occupation with things which the average man who is not spiritually oriented can do as well, if not better. So he is, analyzing the evasion of his disciples and of others that may not be in his group. But there is some kind of evasion going on here. And he wants to bring it to the attention of the disciples. Now, if we have August 1941, the war with Japan was over by mid-August 1945, and the war with Germany by May of 1945. So still 4 brutal years remain, even though inwardly, esoterically, the war was won when the sun moved northward in 1942. So let's see what else he says about this. Some disciples and aspirants are spending their time fighting a psychic sensitivity evoked by world conditions. Many are simply overwhelmed and stunned by humanity's pain and agony, by the horror of the moment, by anxiety over the future, and by anticipation of still worse happenings. Their imaginations are working overtime and quite uselessly. To some of these attitudes, all of you are susceptible. So he runs down the list of the evasions, the alibis, the useless activities, and useless orientations in which a number of disciples who could be productively involved in ending the war are otherwise engaged. I think we all see that the Tibetan is very capable of speaking frankly. It may be so that Alice Bailey sometimes tried to modify or modulate what he was about to say, to sometimes take away the acuteness of the statement. But here he's speaking in general, and he's speaking very directly. I write today to call all world disciples and aspirants to an intensive period of preparation for future activity and work. From now until the sun moves northward, I would ask each of you to do three things. Okay, so this is from August to the solstice of December in 1941. And I think we notice that other than some generalizations about the outer conditions, most of what the Tibetan is writing about have to do with esoteric orientations and strengthening the disciples in that esoteric orientation and esoteric activity. Intensive period of preparation for future work. Maybe he already is somehow looking ahead to the victory, but there was a period, and we know it occurred in 1942, when the masters themselves did not anticipate that humanity would be victorious. And if we really stop to think about that, that's a very scary thing. I'm not sure that the meaning of that has really impacted us years and years later. I'm not sure it's impacted me. I mean, the whole experiment of individualization and so forth was about to be jettisoned. It was about to fail. But anyway, we're still in 1941 here, and what does he ask them to do? First, strengthen through meditation, prayer, and clear thinking. How often he mentions clear thinking, because when the astral body gets going and the concrete mind is not supported by the light of the soul, then the thinking may not be clear at all. So first, strengthen your faith, confidence, and joy, and above all else, deepen your love of humanity, carrying the love of the soul through onto the physical plane and into all your human relations. Such sound advice, and advice which should be taken by us right now. That, serve and spread love in your surroundings, and inasmuch as you can do this, says, I think it's his meditation on the reappearance of the Christ, inasmuch as you can do this, you are blending your little will with the large purpose of the will of God. First, strengthen through meditation, prayer, and clear thinking your faith, confidence, and joy. And above all else, deepen your love for humanity. Well, it really can't be any different today. This is what we have to do. Faith, confidence, and joy. Meditation, prayer, and clear thinking. And a deepening love of humanity. It seems to be the sine qua non, the absolute necessity, that without which the other factors cannot appear. Secondly, eliminate out of your personality life as far as you can or should anything mental, psychic, emotional, or physical which might hinder your future usefulness. Now, in occultism, there are all manner of eliminations which we are called to make, and especially if you go to the Rule 11 in the Rays and Initiations, you'll see 4 significant eliminations or destructions that are presented to us even before the true substance of that rule is engaged. And if you go to page 473 of A Treatise on White Magic, you will see 15 counsels, or maybe wise counsels, which call, some of them, for casting out and for eliminating. And I don't think we should ever feel superior to such a necessitous act. There are things that just don't belong within our aura. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, habits, and they have to be cast away so that we can truly be the kind of servers that can really make a difference. Thirdly, plan together for the work of the future. This work, let's see here, I'm going to take this up a bit. This work can be inaugurated shortly and must be started slowly, carefully, and with unreserved cooperation with me and with each other. It must be carried out steadily and undeviatingly, with no lost motion, once its outlines are determined, and it should be carried out together. So begin this work. And remember about the wise use of slow action, which is a key method of working for those upon the second ray, the most important ray on our planet as the soul is emerging. And keeping close to the Tibetan, working with him closely and with each other. It was a great experiment, and the value of it will be confirmed, I think, in the 21st century, when I think some of those, maybe many of those who were gathered around the Tibetan will be an incarnation again and will find each other and will be related to the third installment of the teaching, just as they were gathered and related in connection with the second installment. So without let up, without leeway, without relent, that is how the second ray works. steadily and undeviatingly, and not falling into the third ray busyness, which results in wasted motion, lost motion, and carried on not as individuals, but really as a group. So these are the three things which to be done before the sun moves northward in 1941. And how interesting that these cycles, planetary cycles, determining the waxing and waning of energies in service, have to be carefully observed and respected. The major need today for each and all who must sponsor the work of the future that I am seeking to do with your cooperation and understanding is to foster the growth of the will to love and work. To foster the growth of the will to love and work. And notice this is 41, and really his work did continue for only 8 more years, because Alice Bailey passed on, and as the Tibetan said, that was not a surprise, because 30 years of work had been intended. This effort on your part will express itself in a steadily deepening love for humanity. How often he reiterates this. So this really has to be taken to heart, and the degree of our love of humanity or for humanity has to be truthfully assessed. This effort on your part will express itself in a steadily deepening love for humanity, for all men, all human beings, and for each other. It will demonstrate in a constant effort to invoke the spiritual will in self-discipline and persistence. It will show itself in the intelligent carrying forward of the plan as I seek progressively to outline it. So often DK was saying, well, you have your own pet project and you ignore the work which comes out of my ashram and which I seek to see accomplished. It's a tough job that he undertook, and any master that tries to train unruly aspirants and even disciples has a real wrestling match ahead of him. It's a bit like Jacob and the angel, they wrestled. I'm remembering Jeffrey Hodson. I think he was a great disciple, and I think he was one of those closet readers of Alice Bailey. I judge from certain notes and vibrations in some of his books. And sometimes he was looking at the various weapons or approaches towards combat of the 7 rays, and he called the wrestling hold that which was associated with the second ray, coming to really grips with the problem and wrestling it to the ground and pinning it down. We have an archetype in the typical wrestling match of what the disciple must do on an inner level. So, the main thing, foster the growth of the will to love and work. And love, a steadily deepening love for humanity, for all men, and for each other. These are the fundamentals, and of course, he just has to keep repeating them, and you kind of wonder why. Why is it so? But just take a look at how we proceed, who we are, what we do, and we will see why the master has to repeat these things. And so, all of this will to cooperate, and this understanding we try to give to the Tibetans' methods, all of it will evoke spiritual will in self-discipline and the carrying forward of the plans that he is introducing us to, And the thing is, it is his work. And as we try to approach the ashram as a group and in our groups, we really want to carry out what it is the master sees as necessary, because surely it comes from the head of the hierarchy and from even beyond, and surely our little projects pale in effectiveness when they are compared with what the ashram seeks to accomplish. This work can only be carried forward by people who love their fellow men enough and have sufficient illumination, love and light, right, to enable them to work with me dependably for a period of 5 years in the face of anything which may happen. Now, that's basically what he's asking for here. Plan together for the work in the future. And what he's saying here, 5 years of working with the Tibetan are required, minimum. And of course, that's interesting because it takes us, it took us to 1946, really. And in 1946, he did, because of his own observation of how things were going, he did disband the groups. And he did occasionally write to them again, but there was a lot of finishing up work to do with what Alice Bailey had already taken down for him, and he knew the term of her life expectancy. 30 years had been planned, 30 years would be carried out, and from 1919 to 1949, 30 years would elapse, 30 years' work. So the work can only be carried forward by people who love their fellow men and are illumined sufficiently to enable them to work with the Tibetan over, minimally, it looks like a 5-year period. And maybe that's a general rule, people who say, oh, that's interesting, and they come and they go. Even Alice Bailey hinted at that the Arcane School had served, did she say maybe 20,000 people? But we know, as we observe humanity, that many put their toe in the water and withdraw it. They come and they go. And maybe only by coming and going in earlier times does one build up the will to persist and see with deep understanding why one must persist. The second ray is an extremely persistent ray. And, to some extent this is true of the sixth ray, but with the presence of more destabilizing emotion. So basically, who can really work with the Tibetan carrying out his plans. What type of people? Naturally, we want to be that type of person. If we've been working with him for a long time, it indicates a deep-seated aspiration. They must be people who will endeavor to permit no personality misunderstanding to hinder their usefulness and their group interrelation, and who, because they love enough, will ceaselessly subordinate everything to the task which must be done. So he certainly names the requirements, and then, he leaves you and he leaves me to examine ourselves and apply what he has said, or at least to see whether we are applying it, and if not, learn to do so. You know how often things are arising within the group which hinder, bring friction into the group and break up the group unity and cause hard feelings and dissonance and disturbance and all that. And that's not only within the group, that's within the group of groups. Misunderstanding is so easy because the personality is afflicted with illusion, glamour, and maya. The second thing I would ask you to do is to gather out of the past pamphlets and my later writings those plans and instructions on service which will be applicable to the changed conditions and in the immediate future. Now you kind of wonder whether this book, Externalization of the Hierarchy, was not just such a gathering from his past pamphlets and later writings. We're told about the new discipleship. We're told about the conditions that will have changed or did change after the Second World War, and we're expected to respond in a new way. Study this carefully along with the requests and suggestions in this letter so that you may know what I, your Tibetan teacher, feel, notice he does use that word, feel could and should be done by you in the service of the immediate future. He's really asking for cooperation along the lines that he foresees as necessary. He really asks for cooperators, and of course, they are chosen to be in his ashram, or at least peripheral to it, if they have the potential of sharing some of the same objectives. Why gather people who have entirely different objectives? So study this, because we're looking ahead. We are here looking ahead to post-war service, and it is to be done in a new way. I would ask those of you who care to do so, he's kind of, outlining the kind of work with which we are familiar. I would ask those of you who care to do so to meet together at the time of the full moon in October. I'm wondering if this has something to do with the meetings of the Master R and his group in March and October for fellowship, united meditation, consecration, and consultation. This is very practical requests, and we see, how practical and on the planet, so to speak, this group work has to become. I would ask those of you who care to do so to meet together at the time of the full moon in October for fellowship, united meditation, consecration, the rededicating of oneself to the task in hand or at hand, and to share methods and observations and learnings with each other, consultation. I would ask those of you who live and work at more distant points to write briefly your reactions to the suggested endeavor, indicating how you feel you can best aid in the task. So he's, what's he doing, that belongs there. Calling them together on the physical plane. I would ask all of you who associate yourselves with me in the work of the future each day to use the very brief meditation which I have outlined below. It is dynamic, affirmative, and, if rightly used, should link head and heart, leading thus to intelligent, loving service, and it should also serve to bind you all together in the closest spiritual unity. This will aid in the vitalizing of the etheric bodies of all workers, and therefore in a group vitality, which will be irresistible. Interesting, he's thinking about really strengthening the group. So let's see what this meditation brings to us. The different meditations that he's given, some of them did remain in the books and then some not. I think choices were made either by him or by students to whom certain meditations pertained, that they might not be given generally in the books because they were too specific. And we disciples, aspirants, were given to immediate mindless experimentation, jumping into things without really knowing whether they have value for us, just to try it out. So, there are various requirements here. Okay, so here's the meditation that he wants to give to strengthen the group. And maybe we can think about our own groups at this time and whether they would be strengthened by this meditation. He's calling them for a, let's call it a strengthening in October. And I do remember that we're told that the Master R and his groups do meet together, I think in a yearly manner, in both March and October. It seems to be or is it September? I got the impression that it was an Aries Libra meeting, type of meeting. I guess there would be one way to find out, don't you think so? Let's see here. Let's just see. So it would be, I think it's March, October, every October and every March. Master R gathers together his council of helpers, the masters and the senior initiates of the third, fifth, and seventh ray. Though he is the head of the third ray of aspect and is in control, therefore, of the two rays of attribute mentioned above, we'd have to read that, he does not himself wield these forces because he is one of the three heads of the hierarchy, and his work cannot be confined to activity of any one ray. He works through the ashrams of these rays, but he himself works primarily in cooperation with the Manu and the Christ. So this is 668 and 669, and we would be coming upon it. as we continue to read this, but I will put this here. Okay. Okay. Full moon of October. So I'm going to kind of put this in here because I think it is related. Every October and every March. And I'm going to make it smaller so that we can, yeah. Okay. So that tells us something. EXH. Whoop. That's not what I want. I want my blue bracket. Sorry for the housekeeping things here. I know it slows us down a little bit, and if I could, I would just charge on ahead, but okay, EXH, I'll put it right here, EX, XH, 668 and 669. I have, it's like whooping cough or something, it's jumping cursor, 668 and 669. All right. Anyway, DK is asking for more frequent get-togethers, I think, on the outer plane, because I think it was, his intention to help with an externalization of his ashram in New York, at least maybe as a precursor to something that Master KH would do, remembering that DK's ashram is in the ashram of KH. Now, when we look at New York, it may be a sixth ray planetary center, but the rays of the city are the second and the third, which I think has very much to do with the rays that are found in Master DK's makeup. So let's look at this suggested meditation and see how it still might apply. Each morning, prior to starting the day's activities, achieve an inner quiet. See the self as the soul and place yourself at the disposal of the soul. So it's a capital S. Two selves we're looking at. The self, greater self, is the soul, and yourself at the disposal of the soul, of humanity and your group. Then say silently and with full dynamic intent, at the center of all love I stand. From that center I, the soul, will outward move. From that center I, the one who serves, will work. May the love of the divine self be shed abroad in my heart, through my group, and throughout the world. Now, this is, of course, a mantra that we use constantly, and those of us who have been in the arcane school, we are directed to use this particular mantra. Then, focusing your attention and dedication, see the group to which you belong as a great center of love and light, irradiating the world of men, bringing relief, light, love, and healing in increasing measure. Now, oftentimes we look that way at the hierarchy as a great center of love and light, and we see its light coming forth, its love coming forth, its knowledge of the plan and the sacrificial will to make that plan actual. We see that coming forth. But in this case, it's our group, maybe certainly a lesser aggregation, but still can be effective. So I'm just going to, probably I'm not going to do too much with color and size here. Then brood upon the plan to be carried out and upon the indicated service for the coming day. Do this as the soul, which means that we use our creative imagination and we disidentify from the normal sense of ourself, which is quite inaccurate and quite outer. We are within the form, and we never should forget that. So, and brood upon the indicated service for the coming day. Do this as the soul, keeping the lower personal self in a waiting attitude, like a servant attentive for instruction. Then say, the joy of the divine self is my strength. The power of the spirit of man shall triumph. The forces of light do control the forces of evil. The work of the great ones must go on. The coming one is on the way. The avatar approaches. For this we must prepare. And close then with a dynamic minute of dynamic quiet. I think we all know what that is. Sometimes when we pause before meditation or even in the middle of meditation and just give the group over to silence, something very powerful happens with the integration and empowerment of the group. So he says, I will ask you to do this meditation every day until January 1st, 1942, and I will give you another step in this meditation of preparing for the coming one. Its aim is to prepare all of you interiorly. I would ask you also to read and reread the instruction I gave you on the avatars. Well, okay, so this is the meditation as given. Okay. And I wonder, whether we possibly should do this right now. Let's do this as a meditation right now. Let's achieve an inner quiet. And see the self, capital S, as the soul. And place your little self at the disposition of the soul. At the disposition of the soul, of humanity, and of your group. You are the server, you are the servant at first. Now say silently and with full dynamic intent. I'll read it quietly and you would say it silently now. At the center of all love I stand. From that center, I, the soul, will outward move. From that center, I, the one who serves, will work. May the love of the divine self be shed abroad in my heart, through my group, and throughout the world. And then, focusing our attention and dedication, we will see the group to which you belong. Each of us sees this. The group to which he or she belongs as a great center of love and light, irradiating the world of men. Bringing relief, light, love, and healing in increased measure. Then we brood upon the plan to be carried out upon the indicated service for the coming day. And when we do this as the soul, keeping the personal lower self in a waiting attitude, like a servant attentive for instruction. And of course we could go longer or shorter depending on our circumstances there when we do this on our own. And then we say, the joy of the divine self is my strength. The power of the spirit of man shall triumph. The forces of light do control the forces of evil. The work of the great ones must go on. The coming one is on the way. The avatar approaches. For this we must prepare. Then we close with a minute of dynamic quiet. Well, we can use that at will. We're not within the time context that DK is pointing out. It's not 1941, and we're not working until January 1st, 1942, but I think we can see the power of this little meditation. We can memorize it, and we can use it at will, and maybe in some of our groups. You will constitute the initial group, which I am asking to collaborate with me in the reconstruction work of the New Age. Now, this is, remember, back in 1931, he began to assemble his groups of 9, but by the time he was writing this, those groups of 9 had temporarily ceased their activity, and a new reorganized C group of 24 was created and did exist by 1940, and so maybe he's addressing them. This is 1941. As time goes on, subsidiary groups will be indicated who can work in various countries as focal points in the great network of light, which is forming everywhere under the inspiration of the world disciples and aspirants in every land as they work under the instruction of the hierarchy. All of this interior work slowly manifesting outwardly, it's part of the plan for the preparation of the externalization and the coming of the Christ, the reappearance. Now, some of these groups, some of them are known to you. Many of them are not known to any of you, but they represent the working groups of all the masters, and upon their shoulders rests the work of reconstruction, aided by the thousands and thousands of men and women of goodwill in every land. The working groups of the masters, there's something important about that, because the master needs a group to work through. Take a look at Sanat Kumara. He works through the hierarchy. It's his ashram. And so the analogy holds, and maybe all of us who are progressing in the work will have our own group through which we may work. Every disciple becoming increasingly initiate needs to send that gathered energy through those who can benefit from it and who can reach the world in a positive way. Now, this would be then the end of hour one. And we will continue here. Let's see how much can be done today. It's going to talk about Churchill and Roosevelt and the role they played. It really was an Armageddon, and maybe the Christians, the Orthodox Christians, are looking for something else, but we seem to have passed through a major expression, a major battle between the dweller of humanity and its angel. As I said, the war is not really over. It's been driven within. It does continue, but increasingly the forces of evil can be defeated even subjectively, or at least driven back onto the astral plane, driven out of the ethers. And when the Christ reappears with his hierarchy, there may be some kind of attack or onslaught, etc., but I don't think those forces have much of a chance. They are not yet banished from the planet, and there will be, we're told, millions of years ahead, a tremendous battle involving the concrete mind and the higher mind, and maybe some of the cosmic ethers, a tremendous battle which will result in the separation of the goats from the sheep and a banishing of 2/5 of humanity to other realms. Maybe the word should not be banishing, maybe it should be a reassignment, and then, and only then, will humanity consist of those who are on the path, or disciples, or initiates. From the very earliest stages of the path, all the way up to the 6th, 7th initiations, the humanity of that period on our planet will consist of those. And it will indicate maybe the sacredness of our planet, the outward sacredness to match the inward sacredness which DK says already exists. So in just a little bit, I'll be back, and we'll go on further. I guess we're at page 317 now, and we began on page, I think we began at 313. I think so. Yeah. 313 to 317, and this, of course, will be the 28th of February. Since this is not, this is not a leap year, is it? I don't think so. Let's see. It doesn't look like a leap year? No. Then we come to March very quickly. Okay, so where we're just stopping for a little break here, end of 1 hour, and pages 313 to 316, 316. Yeah, that's how far we've gone. Okay, be right back. Now let's take a look here. This has to do with the Atlantic Charter and the Four Freedoms. The meeting upon the ocean of the two world disciples, and maybe They are really world disciples in the higher sense, and leaders, marked a crisis in world affairs. The 8 points, we're going to get to that, let's see, page 318, formulated by them constitute the basis of the coming world order. Here are the 8 points of the Atlantic Charter. Okay, I think we'll wait until we get there, followed by the 4 freedoms, which I think DK said was as much of the theme of Shambhala as could be embodied for the understanding of humanity at its present stage of development. The 8 points formulated by them constitute the basis of the coming world order. They were necessarily large in outline and without details as to application. It will be for a liberated humanity to work out these details, to make the necessary adjustments, and to so rearrange human life that higher spiritual values may prevail, a simpler mode of life be instituted, a great freedom be established, and a wider responsibility be shouldered by every man. Okay. This was a defining period. The meetings of these two high disciples who carried the fate of their nations in their minds and in their hands. So the large and general picture was set forth, and following the war, and it would be then there would be then existing a liberated humanity, relatively liberated. The details would have to be worked out, and the adjustments would have to be made. And interestingly, the quality of Shambhala is simplicity, so a simpler mode of life would be instituted, spiritual values would prevail, a greater freedom would be established, and a wider responsibility shouldered by every human being. This will take time. Some of you may not live to see the full clarification of the way that humanity must go, the lighted way of the future. But you can, all of you, aid materially in the important task of preparation, in indicating the needed world principles, in spreading the gospel of goodwill, and in establishing right human relations. Well, perhaps as he sometimes refers to it, the reincarnated aspects of yourselves will appreciate what I'm writing. This was in Rays and the Initiations. He was writing for the reincarnated aspects of the present group members and for those who would come at the end of the 20th century and also into the 21st century. The work done in thought, in love, in dedicated activity during the next 3 years is of paramount importance and will produce the stabilization to take place in the last 2 years of the 5 mentioned by me above as your immediate time of cooperation. What do we have here? 1941 to 1944 to 1946. The last, let's see, wait a second, the 5 years, from 41 to 46, and then to 48. And this was the time at which the work was beginning to wind up. Uh, there was a lot to complete before Alice Bailey would move on. Okay. The work to be done in thought, love, and in dedicated activity. So let's see how we can put this so it makes sense. And I think from 41 to 1944 to 1946 to 1948. You who are working in the midst of the chaos and conflict cannot and will not be able to judge accurately the measure of accomplishment. This is something he's always repeating. We're too captivated by the impression made by the foreground of things. Only the members of the hierarchy, masters, initiates, and the disciples who are out of incarnation at this time can get a true perspective. And that's interesting because it suggests the lucidity of perspective when out of incarnation. The working disciples in the forefront of the battle have to carry on their work in the midst of chaos, turmoil, questioning, pain, and distress. They cannot therefore see the picture whole. A few of the more advanced who can live on the heights and in the valley of the depths simultaneously can see truly, but their numbers are not large, and the Christ spoke a true word to his bewildered disciple when he said, "Blessed are they who have not seen and yet have believed." Okay. Because there's some faculty within the nature which makes a registration of the truth possible despite the disturbances of the foreground. The following of the meditation, adherence to instructions given, persistence in the face of difficulty, and a staunch belief in the beauty of the human spirit, in the love of God, in the victory of the forces of light, and in the approach of the coming one. These are the attitudes which we, the workers on the inner side, ask of those we choose to carry on our work upon the outer plane. So these are the attitudes which we ask of those we choose to carry on our work. Let's review them. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Stop highlighting. Yeah. Okay. The following of the meditation given above, relative to the 5 years of work which he is assigning here. Well, let's see. He's actually assigning it really for the remainder of that year, but maybe it had utility beyond that point. Adherence to the instructions given. It's strange, but one could not even count on the members of that group to really follow instructions. Persistence in the face of difficulty. There's such a, shame upon one. Self-seen if one turns back. and a staunch belief in the beauty of the human spirit, in the love of God, in the victory of the forces of light, and in the approach of the coming one. Yes, faith and belief play their role and are necessary. Now, this was a time of intense inner and outer crisis. Perhaps we have relaxed somewhat and are thinking about things less essential these days. But as I've constantly said, this battle between the dweller and the angel of humanity is not over. I think the great conclave and the decisions that will be made in it will bring us closer to the termination of this phase of the conflict. There will be other phases, climaxing, I think, in the judgment day. So these are the attitudes that the hierarchy searches for in those who are to carry out their work upon the outer plane. The letter deals with the forming, this letter deals with the forming of the group to carry out the plans for 1942 to 45. And here we have the end of the war, and we ask, was that foreseen by this time? By the time of the writing of this letter. It is being formed in the dark of the year 1941, at the nadir point of human distress, at the most difficult moment in human history, at a point of crisis, and, in the case of many of you as individuals, at the time of your deepest personality or personal difficulty. I tell you that all of you together are equal to the task. But we have to ask, if hierarchy was preparing to leave in 1942 or to withdraw, was preparing for withdrawal in 1942, was, okay, was 1941 the real nadir, or did things just get worse and more challenging? In 1941, it seemed that the German advance into Russia had been halted, but the armies were not captured, and although they were fiercely resisted, they regrouped and could mount another attack, wiser in the ways of the weather, in 1942. There were errors, however, that Hitler had made, and the Battle of Stalingrad became determining, we might say. So the forming of the group to carry out the plans for 3 years, it looks like here, and the meditation given would last until January 1st, 1942, and who knows, maybe beyond that point. I will again write to you and will indicate the practical aspects of the work. In the meantime, ponder and reflect upon what I have written here. Begin the meditation and endeavor to strengthen your link with your soul and with each other. It seems Master DK is taking things very much in hand in a kind of executive manner, because things are, so very serious. I'm just trying to get my chronometer to show itself. Let love, not emotion and sentiments, control your thoughts, words, and deeds. So let's emphasize that it's constant encouragement, constant supervision. He's writing so often now, and much less involved with the writing to the groups involving letters which guide the individual disciple. Okay. So here he asks them to study carefully the indications I have given in the past as to the work which must be done. He can write only with brevity, really. That's all that becomes possible at this point. And as to the work which must be done, I would ask you also to study carefully the 8 points outlined on the high seas, how interesting that is, and the 4 freedoms so oft discussed throughout the world. Let quietness and depth characterize your inner life. So here the disciples are addressing themselves to the Atlantic Charter and to the 4 freedoms put forth by great disciples, FDR and Winston Churchill. The 8 points of the Atlantic Charter. August 14th, 1941. The President of the United States of America, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the Prime Minister, Mr. Churchill, representing His Majesty's government in the United Kingdom, being met together, deem it right to make known certain common principles in the national policies of their respective countries on which they base their hopes for a better future for the world. So we can see why, in the eyes of the hierarchy at least, these 2 countries are perhaps the most trusted, or at least were at that time. There's been some degeneration which has occurred, and there are challenges now in both of these countries, with the UK seeking to leave the European Union and the United States beset by its latent fascism. So here are the points. First, their countries seek no aggrandizement, territorial or other. That is usually the method of the ego to loom ever larger in its own sight, the lower ego, and to aggrandize itself in its own eyes and before the eyes of others, so that it becomes first and most prominent. Second, they desire to see no territorial changes that do not accord with the freely expressed wishes of the peoples concerned. Well, that's all well and good at that time. Of course, in the United States, the Native Americans were uh, treated in a manner that was very much different from this second principle. Third, they respect the rights of all people to choose the form of government under which they will live. Of course, actually, Germany did choose that form of government, and on January 30th, 1933, but it's obvious they didn't know what they were getting into. And they wished to see sovereign rights and self-government restored to those who had been forcibly deprived of them. We might say, Czechoslovakia at the time, Poland, areas of Russia, other European nations that accorded their method of government with the Nazis. We had a government which was not of the people in France, the Vichy government. We had Quisling and his group in Norway. They ruled according to the will of the Nazis. When it came to Sweden, it was a neutral country and a different process. Fourth, they will endeavor with due respect for their existing obligations to further the enjoyment by all states, great or small, victor or vanquished, of access on equal terms to the trade and to the raw materials of the world which are needed for their economic prosperity. So this is really the signal that the tendency towards sharing was in the minds of the formulators of this Atlantic Charter. Fifth, they desire to bring about the fullest collaboration between all nations in the economic field with the objective of securing for all improved labor standards, economic advancement, and social security. Well, certainly we do see that on the basis of such things as are said here in these 8 points, a new world order could be established. Sixth, and looking ahead from 1941, after the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny, not just over its own nation, but over many nations in Europe, and with the attempt to extend that domination to other areas of the world, such as Africa. After the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny, they hope to see established a peace which will afford to all nations the means of dwelling in safety within their own boundaries, and which will afford assurance that all the men in all the lands may live out their lives in freedom from fear and want. Now that particular point made its way into the four freedoms. Seventh, such a peace should enable all men to traverse the high seas and oceans without hindrance. They're thinking, of the wolf packs of submarines that made it so dangerous to cross the ocean, even in commercial vessels. When you look at the Lusitania that helped to bring the United States into World War I, there is a question as to whether it was carrying armaments and other supplies as well as the people. Eighth, they believe that all the nations of the world for realistic as well as spiritual reasons, notice how that word is used, sensing the future. not religious reasons, but spiritual reasons, must come to the abandonment of the use of force. This, too, was making its way into the Four Freedoms, so that disarmament was an ideal, and no nation had to imagine that it could be attacked with the weaponry of other nations. The abandonment of the use of force. Since no future peace can be maintained if land, sea, or air armaments continue to be employed by nations which threaten or may threaten aggression outside of their frontiers, they believe pending the establishment of a wider and permanent system of general security that the disarmament of such nations is essential. And that, I think, it takes us to the fourth point in the Four Freedoms. They will likewise aid and encourage all other practicable measures which will lighten for peace-loving peoples the crushing burden of armaments. And then we think particularly of Dwight Eisenhower as president, where he assailed the industrial military complex and basically said that the production of all these weapons were a theft of necessities from the people of the world, the peoples of the world, food and other necessities, a direct theft. It is sometimes questioned whether he actually wrote that speech or whether he was definitely assisted by a speechwriter whose sentiments were along these lines, but Eisenhower did deliver it, and it made a great impact and is remembered still today. No aggrandizement, no territorial changes which do not accord with the wishes of the peoples. The kind of government the people choose must be in place if it is to govern those people. Access to the raw materials needed for economic prosperity. Well, we're back to the point where selfish people are trying to corner the market, and there is no real sharing. As a matter of fact, some nations which depend upon a single commodity, like oil, are suffering intensively. Let's see, Venezuela at this time in 2019 is a case in point. Cooperation and collaboration with all nations to improve labor standards and economic development and social security. That's interesting because so many of the selfish seek to reduce social security, at least in the United States. It's pretty well a given part of the structure in Europe. The destruction of the tyrants and the ability to live safely and with freedom from fear and want. So that particular point is translating directly into the Four Freedoms. This idea of clear traversability of the seas could be extended to a borderless, boundaryless world, at least in the sense of the boundaries that humanity makes, and which are not natural boundaries like sea coastlines and mountain ranges. DK wants us to do away with passports and visas because they are simply symbols of the great heresy of separateness. People are horrified when they hear of this possibility, and they want to keep their boundaries. They want to build walls to protect themselves. And the final point that, okay, there we go, armaments have to be greatly reduced so there can be no aggression from nation to nation. So land, sea, and air armaments have to be greatly reduced. So this point 8 is dealing with the general security and the relationship of disarmament to the perpetuation of that security. So it ends on the note of disarmament. And for 80 years after it was constructed, we've been dealing periodically with the issue of disarmament, and now we are again beginning to arm because of the short-sightedness and egotistical nature of some of the leaders of the countries which are most heavily armed. So these are really important points, laying the foundation for the new civilization, and basically the nationalism of countries is tackled in this document and is seen to be undesirable, and the will of some nations to dominate others is seen to be undesirable, and the privation of certain nations, the insufficiency of the materials they need, the food they need, and so forth, all that is seen to be undesirable, and the safety of the nations is seen to be directly related to the huge expenditures in the field of armaments. There have been some dramatic attempts at reducing arms and thereby making all nations that much safer. Well, this is one of those sections. Books have been written about this charter, and if we wanted to do it justice, we would take it point by point and look at the historical surroundings when the charter was released. Now, the four freedoms, as I said, as much of Shambhala, the energy of Shambhala, the will of Shambhala, as humanity could perhaps understand. The Atlantic Charter did come later, August 14th, 1941, interestingly, in Leo. But what about the four freedoms? Earlier in the year, 1941, in the future days, okay, let me get this. In the future days which we seek to make secure, thinking about the fate of Czechoslovakia and Poland and Norway and Denmark and Russia, how they were overrun, the Low Countries, Belgium, Netherlands, and so forth, how they were overrun by the Nazi war machine. The idea of security is then foremost in the minds of the formers, the formulators, pardon me, it's a better word, the formulators of these documents. So let's see what he has to say about the four freedoms. It is simply a repeat of what was given by Roosevelt and those who assisted him in the future days which we seek to make secure. We look forward to a world founded upon 4 essential freedoms. And I think these really have to be somehow remembered, at least in essence. The first freedom is freedom of speech and expression everywhere in the world. Now, the first thing a fascist or a dictator does is to attack free speech, attack freedom of the press, whatever press may offer of a uncomplimentary, non-flattering nature is assailed. In our particular country, United States, it's all assailed as, quote, fake news, and that which really is fake is considered to be the real news because it panders to the people in power. So freedom of speech and expression everywhere in the world. Now, to a certain extent, there are countries, quite a few of them now, in which you're taking your life in your hands to speak the truth, if that truth is not complimentary, about the government in power. The second is freedom of every person to worship God in his own way, everywhere in the world. It's really important that this be an inclusive document, which is why everywhere in the world is constantly repeated. Okay. The third freedom, we saw that it was in the Atlantic Charter, but now we're seeing that the 4 freedoms really came first, and probably the Atlantic Charter was borrowing from some of these freedoms because they do appear almost exactly in the Atlantic Charter. The third is freedom from want, which translated into world terms means economic understandings which will secure to every nation a healthy, peacetime life for its inhabitants everywhere in the world. Well, I guess it is known that when war prevails, famine often comes along with it, and there's nothing that can actually be done. So this is an economic issue and relates to the requirement that before the Christ can come, the principle of sharing must be well in process of governing intergovernmental affairs and the general condition of nations in the world. The fourth freedom, there's so much brevity here, right? The fourth is freedom from fear, which translated into world terms, notice how they constantly enlarge the consideration to include the entire world, anywhere and everywhere in the world. Okay. Freedom from fear, which translated into world terms means a worldwide reduction of armaments to such a point and in such a thorough fashion that no nation will be in a position to commit any act of physical aggression against any neighbor anywhere in the world. And nation shall not lift sword against nation, and they shall study war no more. The peaceable kingdom is coming. I guess anybody who has kept certain pets, and let's say dogs and cats, knows that this traditional hostility, let us say, between dogs and cats, doesn't really have to exist at all. They can get along very well. All they have to do is get used to each other. And we see many of these cross-species friendships between animals. They are very heartening, very beautiful. So freedom from fear and the impossibility of committing aggression against one's neighbor because the means of aggression no longer exist. Well, it can seem idealistic, but we have to go in this direction. Okay. So, 4 freedoms. Freedom of speech, freedom to worship, freedom from want, freedom from fear. 4 points, 4 freedoms, 8 points in the Atlantic Charter, and 2 great disciples outlining a future for human civilization that need not develop this malignant interaction which led to the Great War from 1914 to 1945. An altogether better way, and it is stated in these 2 documents. Sometimes we might wonder what Western civilization would have done without a Roosevelt and a Churchill. They seem to be the 2 greatest disciples, and we have been told that there was an ancient battle in India. There was a real on-the-ground Kurukshetra, and that the leaders of the 2 sides in that war have returned to renew that war, but on a higher turn of the spiral and in the Aryan race. So think of Churchill and FDR back in those days. Think of Hitler possibly back in those days, and other negative characters. Think of the battle between the form and the soul. That did occur. The result was not final. It was, as they say, somewhat favorable to the forces of light. But a decision had to be made to withdraw and let humanity concentrate on working out its own problems. Perhaps it might seem a slower way of progress, but a way that was more sure somehow to bring about better and more lasting results. As the Christ said, by human hands and human feet. This is the way the new civilization will be constructed. Well, certainly the 4 freedoms are simpler than the 8 points of the Atlantic Charter, and they are fairly easy to remember. Speech, worship, want, and fear. So they're covering, they're covering the 3 vehicles of the lower man, plus his aspiration. Speech for the mental, fear for the astral, want for the physical, that one should be able to meet one's physical plane needs, and worship, well, this is the orientation towards the higher worlds. Obviously, these 2 were great hierarchical workers, and as DK said, sometimes such workers suspend their knowledge of their origins and their inner affiliation so that they can concentrate more on the outer task which lies so demandingly before them. Here we have the next section, the practical steps in the reconstruction work. Notice how he's really thinking ahead, because it tends to give joy, courage, confidence to think ahead to a time when victory will be with the Allied forces. And yet, the most challenging moment had not yet arrived. I remember seeing some documentaries about Germany during the Stalingrad siege, and at the time that I think it was the 6th German Army, a huge number of soldiers, was surrounded and captured. And it was a very sobering moment in Germany, because without wanting to say so, the intelligent people knew what it meant. It meant the war had been lost. I remember how they tried to boost their spirits, playing Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. My old singing teacher, he was from Austria, and he got out just in time. He said Beethoven would have lasted one day in the Third Reich, because, he was such an outspoken first-rate type, and he would not have been tolerated. But here is his Ode to Joy, the music setting Schiller's Ode to Joy into symphonic presentation, one of the great masterpieces that humanity has ever produced. And the Germans tried to cheer themselves with that kind of sentiment, misinterpreting it terribly, of course. But it did no good, because underneath it all was the fact that the turning point had come. So here we are in September 1941. This is the beginning of the bogging down of the German war machine in the mud of the Russian plains on their way to Moscow. They never arrived. Practical steps in the reconstruction work. It will be obvious to you that there is little I can say as to exact procedure until such time as humanity itself has decided the future conditions of living. Well, I guess, those of us who have depended on the fatherhood or motherhood of God and the parental nature of God, and that he would, or she, or it, or both, would take care of all things for us, because we are the children of God the Father, Mother. Well, there comes an awakening that we are now left much more to decide our own fate. So he can't really talk about how it will all be handled until humanity has decided the future conditions of human living. And he says, I mean exactly that, my brother. The war is not yet decided. Well, that was true. I don't know if the danger was foreseen. It was an acute danger and could have led to the destruction of all of the European democracies and the American democracy. There is a widespread feeling that God as we call the central power of life itself, at least on our planet, will or should intervene. Of course, the real thinker knows that God must be much more than a planetary deity, even though there's really no hope to be on intimate terms, what should we call it, with the universal God that we are. It would be like, and this is too much of an exaggeration, or maybe insufficient exaggeration, that the tiniest of the tiny subatomic particles would be speaking with some supervast being. Well, there is the feeling that God should intervene. There is a vague demand, he says, that right should triumph, and a desperate hope that something unexpected will happen that will give victory to the arms of the forces of light. It's understandable, and so much anxiety, you can imagine, was experienced during these darkening days of the war. What if Germany had conquered Moscow and the central command of the Russian army? And what if the Russian army had been neutralized? And then Germany could again turn its attention to the invading Allied forces on the other side. Victory. What if then the secrets of atomic energy had come correctly to the German scientists and they had been able to build the weapons of mass destruction? Well, we certainly wouldn't be doing what we're doing now. That goes without saying. This attitude of painful expectancy, says the Tibetan, is universal among the masses, both those in the fighting countries and the neutrals also. In the neutral countries, of which the United States is the largest and most important, there are two factors conditioning the thinking of people. Now, September 1941, okay. The United States is slow to respond. Pearl Harbor had not occurred until December of 1941. This is still September of 41, and even go back to the First World War, and how long did it take the U.S. to get into the war? It had been going since 1914, and finally in 1917, the U.S. entered the war. I guess the feeling of being isolated by the oceans contributes to a certain tamasic unwillingness to take the risk and be engaged. So even in the neutral countries, of which the United States is the largest and most important, we looked at some of them earlier in this discussion. What are the factors conditioning of the people? Well, first, a deep-seated, though not unnatural, selfishness which prompts the determination to take no real part in the war, except what can be done safely and at the least possible cost. Well, natural enough, I suppose. Although short-sighted when one thinks of one's eventual fate, the eventual fate of one's nation. And of course, Roosevelt was thinking of those terms, and he sought to bring the U.S. into the war. And Japan and its aggression made that possible. And secondly, a steadily emerging cleavage between the relatively few who have vision and want actively to help the embattled allies, the agents of the forces of light, and the selfish many who, for political, religious, or personal reasons, will fight every effort to commit their country further than it is at this time committed, and who hope nevertheless to share in the benefits of victory. Not a very pretty picture, and one in which so many Americans and nationals of the neutral countries participated. Risk-free and benefit, something for nothing, you know? Not paying the cost and yet hoping to reap the benefit of that which has been purchased by the blood of others. Okay, so the first is the selfishness. It's not a ghastly selfishness that is made around a solidified lower ego, such as the dark forces have, but it is selfishness and a cleavage between those who see and those who do not see and will not take the risk and want selfishly to benefit from the victory. In the last analysis, however, the world situation must be settled by humanity itself. The hierarchy cannot interfere. Humanity has the privilege and the opportunity to take right action now. The coming one who is being so fervently invoked throughout the world, either by prayer, invocation, or unvoiced demand, is concerned with readjustment, with the right fusion of forces, and with the healing of the peoples. This worldwide invocative demand is largely prompted by a defeatist position, or by a compassionate longing to see the long agony of man ended. It is seldom prompted by conviction, by the recognition of possibility, or a paralleling decision to right the wrongs which lie back of the world situation and which constitute the alibi of the enemy of humanity, Hitler and his associates. So, the first thing is that hierarchy cannot interfere with the determination by humanity of the way which it will go. And there is invocation, but for the wrong reasons, prompted by a defeatist position, so we're going to lose, come and help us, or by a compassionate longing to see the long agony of man ended. In other words, I'm suffering so much because of your pain. Please end this agony so I no longer have to suffer. But the real motives are not there. It is seldom prompted by conviction or the recognition of possibility or a paralleling decision to right the wrongs which lie back of the world situation. And these wrongs, of course, starting from the rise of Hitler and his group, we were stabbed in the back by the Jewish financiers, and that's the reason that the armistice came and that Hitler, the Kaiser and the power structure of Germany in 1918, that's why they lost the war because of the stab in the back. And so, it nurses grievances and the desire for revenge. And Hitler was a great agent of revenge against the enemies of Germany as he imagined them to be. I guess the truer factor is that Germany was just outplayed and again was fighting a kind of two-front war. Russia was coming in not on the sides of the Germans, but on the sides of the Serbs, and Germany and Austria were in together, and this result signaled the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The coming one, well, let's see, all right, I just want to say that now 2 hours and 6 minutes have passed. I'll keep slogging on the best that I can. Sometimes fighting a bit of drowsiness, so if I start saying stupid things, you'll know I'm in another world, but one must press forward with this, as there is so much ground to cover and so many links to be made and so much assimilation to be achieved before, let us say, we are worthy of the next installment of the teaching. The coming one will make his appearance when the tide of battle has definitely turned and the forces of evil are being driven back to their own place. I have made no pronouncement as to time, person, or place. There is, on a very high avataric level, we are aware, a coming one, already working with the Christ at this time, and that was the avatar of synthesis, and for long before that, a being known as the Spirit of Peace was working with Christ, considered as the Prince of Peace. So, as we've been realizing, there are two avatars to be evoked. One can only be evoked by those who can reach him on the mental plane, and there the disciples and initiates have a very big role, supported by the general demand of the inchoate masses. They have not formulated clearly whom they are invoking. They just know they need help and relief. But then there's the general invocation and hopefully evocation of the rider on the white horse, the Christ, in this case, who can come forth and can come all the way to the dense physical plane in his Maya Virupa. Some people think that there will be a repetition of the kind of tradition of the birth of Jesus, and that another baby will have to be born and grow up to be the Christ, but they don't understand the occultism of the inner planes and how the very high initiates, using the power of Kriya Shakti, can put in an appearance and can construct a body of Maya, a Maya Virupa, through which they can function. So often we're told, modeled upon the body in which the individual took the fifth initiation. So when the forces of evil were being driven back to their own place, then the coming one can make his appearance. I think it is then that the Christ decided, well, let's just say from 1943 to 45, the forces of evil were in the process of being driven back. And during that period, and I think it was a 9-year period, a decision was made by the Christ that he would appear physically on the dense physical plane. Before that time, as I said, it was not known whether it be Christ on the astral plane or, as Steiner seemed to suggest, Christ in the etheric plane. But the appearance on the outer level was a great declaration of intended sacrifice. And then it was that the avatar of synthesis made a deeper, truer alignment with our planetary logos. Then it was that the third stanza of this invocation for light and power that we call the Great Invocation was released to humanity. What did Alice Bailey say at one point? That it was such an intense process, taking down this invocation from the Tibetan, that he very nearly materialized in the room. Of course, it would mean a lot more to her than it means to us, but it was such an important precipitation. And this was occurring in 1945. I mean, so a number of us, we try to search out the details and the timing of all this, and it's interesting and important, but the fundamentals have to be known, and upon these fundamentals we have to build once they are really a part of us, really assimilated by the groups. So he says, okay, I've made no pronouncement as to time, person, or place. He's not even saying it will necessarily be the Christ. I have simply indicated that there is a possibility subsequent to right action of the appearing of the one for whom the centuries have long waited, to whom prophecy in all lands, the rapidly developing intuition of the people, and the established precedent all bear constant witness. So someone will appear. The avatar of synthesis will not be seen except for those members of the hierarchy or initiates who have vision on the mental plane. And then who knows what they'll see, but of the Christ it is said, and indicates a huge sacrifice, that every eye will see him. So he says, DK says, I have simply indicated that there is a possibility which will follow right action of the appearing of the one for whom the centuries have long waited. It's always been said, even back to earlier times, now the Christ will appear. Now he will lead his people to victory. And that victory was interpreted in the old way. And the story comes down that that's how Judas, the betraying disciple, interpreted the coming again of Christ. But it's been a long wait throughout the Piscean age, and now the intuition of people tells us that he is on his way and he is coming. His hour is near, provided the needed steps in preparation are taken. And it is for that I have approached you. I have not indicated the place of his appearing, only that there would be a place where he sets up his headquarters. And remember, he doesn't have to be born in the natural human way. That's not part of the process. So I have not indicated the place of his appearing, the nature of his emergence, or the country of his choice, though he could find himself materializing and dematerializing in any country that required his presence. These are the details which concern him and not you. Your task is to get ready for his coming, and this involves right understanding and increasing labor for humanity as a result of the experience of love within your own individual consciousness. This I emphasize. Okay, so we'll put it into two parts here. The better to study. DK says he may come forth. Well, later, so many developments occurred. The releasing of atomic energy, the decision of the Christ, his successful phase of initiation in 1943, wherein, in relation to Gemini, the love energy reached some great acme of intensity and expression. All these things waited still to occur and influenced thought, influenced decision. Just imagine what it means for a planetary logos to stand within the presence of this great cosmic avatar, the avatar of synthesis. We don't have to worry about administering all of these inner esoteric happenings. Those who know about them and can participate intelligently in them can handle them. Our task is to get ready for his coming. So, what we have here is the discussion of the return of the Christ, basically. The one for whom the centuries have long waited. He would always be coming here or there, and the world would be ending here or there. To whom prophecy in all lands, the rapidly developing intuition of the peoples, the established precedent, all bear constant witness. His hour is near, says the Tibetan, provided the needed steps in preparation are taken, and it is for that I have approached you. And this is our task. Along whatever line we may be working to do that which hastens the approach of the spiritual hierarchy and the reappearing Christ. He will, get into it later, and I've quoted it many times, what is required before the Christ can truly reappear. I have suggested 3 preparatory steps to the group of aspirants with whom I am in touch. Aspirants or, disciples. Until, everybody's an aspirant, and until we've taken the 3rd degree, we are certainly aspirants. And even as initiates, we are aspirants, always reaching towards a higher point of tension. So what are these 3 steps which will help the reappearance? So DK is very careful, others much less careful than he, running around saying the Christ is here, the Christ is here, the Christ is there, the Christ is here. It's childish, but when a master himself says, look, these are things that concern him and not you. Your task is to get ready for his coming. Let's take that seriously. This involves right understanding and increasing labor for humanity as a result of the experience of love within your own individual consciousness. This I emphasize. How many times has he emphasized the necessity of love within our consciousness? And when we love humanity, and certainly we have a long way to go before we love humanity as the masters love humanity, then we will labor for humanity. Then we will labor. Okay, so here are some preparatory steps. Certainly seems like we have a lot of them. And if we were to take all this really seriously, we would be burdened, but we would be able to manage. The use of the great mantram or invocation in two parts. The first was used in 1936 and the second in 1940 and is still in use. Not yet has the third great mantram been released, what we call the Great Invocation. The first was intended to centralize human desire, and the second was intended to utilize what mental power was available to invoke those who, on the inner spiritual side of life, are waiting to help. This they cannot do unless the way is made possible for them by humanity itself. Such is the law. So a kind of a road, a stream, a channel of energy is created through our invocation, and down that channel of energy, no up, no down, but you know what I mean, must descend then the higher powers who have had the way cleared for them. So the very first thing, these steps use the great mantram or invocation in two parts, and I suppose it will be said, use the great mantram in three parts. Because probably they all belong together in a certain way. A general process of educating the public in the fact and use of goodwill, a great but undeveloped potency is still locked up in mankind, which, if evoked by man himself, will prove adequate to do two things. So let's see. Educating the public in the use of goodwill. That is the second piece of advice, the second task to undertake. And even now we feel that goodwill could be spread so widely abroad and is not yet sufficiently done. So adequacy here, adequate to do the following. Lay the foundation for a stable peace, active and positive, because the result of active and positive action after the forces of light have won the victory upon the physical plane. He did say, look, the war is not yet decided. And this is still 1941 and the gravest moment of crisis has not yet occurred. Okay, but still he looks ahead to the victory. Maybe not quite realizing all that could be thrown at the forces of light or their representatives by the negative power. Point B, provide the subjective synthesis or network of light, embodying the force of goodwill as the expression of right human relations. This will guarantee a workable world order and not an imposed tyranny or a mystical and impossible dream. Could be the one, you see, depending on who won the war and if the practical way was not followed. Okay, so we're in that little section here. 3 preparatory steps. I guess it can be called that. The use of the mantram is one of those steps. Right. And the second one, just to review, educate the public in the fact of the energy of goodwill and the use of the energy of goodwill. And if that is done, a stable peace can be achieved and a subjective synthesis or network of light can be achieved. And this will guarantee a workable world order, not a great imposition by totalitarian powers, and not some kind of, pie in the sky mysticism that would not really work out for people. You do remember, don't you, that the Tibetans said, look, disciples must not rule the world and impose their particular views upon the masses, because that would create an even greater cleavage than that which now exists. So the third point, how did he describe it? 3 preparatory steps. So these steps have been proposed to his students. The third is the realization of a great outline of that coming world order, which will be in line with humanity's need, basic in its implications, and will provide that structure of living interrelation, which will foster latent love, intuitional understanding, and the creative power in man. So the next one is the realization of a general outline of the coming world order, which will be in line with humanity's need. This is the next thing that has been suggested to his students and towards which they should work. I guess there are so many people in the world that just don't have this yet at all. And hence the very childish and destructive goals or end games that they conceive. And if this realization of the general outline can be achieved, then a structure of living characterized by love, understanding, creativity will emerge. So let's just put it down here. If the outline is realized, then love, understanding, and creativity can emerge. So much depends on the worldview of people. And, maybe it's not common, but one could sit down with another and ask, what is your worldview? How do you see humanity's purpose? If you see such a thing, what is your purpose within that purpose? What are your goals and your objectives? You can usually tell so much by the articulated goals and objectives that come from people. And it kind of tells you where they have placed themselves in the ongoing evolutionary stream. When you read that mantram, I dedicate myself anew to the service of the coming one, and will do all I can to prepare men's minds and hearts for that event. I have no other life intention. It's very eliminative, and when people declare that as their major life intention, their major interest in the world, then you know they have achieved a certain position of selflessness on the evolutionary continuum. So those are the three objectives with which I have dealt in past communications. Okay, he does a lot in terms of summarizing what he's already done. He reminds us, the old saying among those who practice delivering speeches, tell your audience what you're going to say it, then tell your audience that you have said it, and reminding them of what it is. There's an estimation that people who teach perhaps remember 95% of what they teach, and people who simply are the audience and listen maybe grasp 5%. That's a huge distinction. So, we have to find a way for the art of assimilation really to work, the art and science of assimilation. Just think what the Tibetan is drawing upon. He was a significant worker and scholar in Pythagoras' group 2,500 years ago. 2,500 years have passed, not even knowing what he went through before that time. Maybe in the lives of Alcyone and in the details of those lives where he can be found, something of his labors can be understood. But then the Tibetan warned us about that book, The Lives of Alcyone or Alcyone. He warned us and said that really the matter is discussed almost entirely from the personality perspective. So the gains of the soul and the progress, spiritual progress, they are not really discussed. I have also made suggestion, he says, as to modes of activity which are practical, some of them of an exoteric nature, such as the compiling of mailing lists, times are different now, in every country, of those who think and express goodwill. Well, I think, this is being done, but with much greater efficiency because of our technology. Others, such as the creation of the network of light through the formation of triangles. So let's just call this suggested activities, which DK has offered. Others, such as the creation of the network of light through the formation of triangles. Okay. Well, that's become an official desk within the Lucis Trust, the promotion of triangles, and it's widely spread, and many of the offshoots of the type of education which goes on at Lucis and in the Arcane School promote the triangles. It is not for me to decide the details of your outer activities. That is for you to do, and for that I have called you to assist me. So we have the list of men and women of goodwill, and we have the triangles of light and goodwill, or light and love, and eventually, one day, the triangles of will. Maybe people think that they can dive right into that, but maybe they should not, because it is reserved for a time when the triangles of light and goodwill and the general flow of light and goodwill characterize humanity. And then upon that, the triangles of will can be established. So we're on our own very much. What can I say? Many arrangements are left to us um, to create and perfect. And the triangles work is just as important as it ever has been, and maybe increasingly important now that technology assists us in doing this kind of work. Let me, he says, recapitulate a few of the things which have been undertaken in our joint work, reminding his students of what they really have done together and what DK has sought to see done, so that you can clearly see the background of our coming effort and grasp the work as a whole. So, okay, we trust in his teaching methods. It's amazing that such a scholar could be produced, such a learned individual, but then, he would measure himself against the vastness of Sanat Kumara or a planetary logos, and the contrast would be done in the spirit of humility, and then what seems of extraordinary scope to us would be assessed by him as relatively negligible compared to the extent of learning of his superiors. And on it goes. It's an amazing universe we live in, and we're just beginning to discover how amazing it actually is. Okay, so in this recapitulation, we come more solidly into the realization of what this 30 years work will have been. I think there is a pamphlet called 30 Years Work. 30 years is a long time, and I know when I worked at the arcane school that people always struggled to see whether in fact they could fulfill that 30 years of work. For someone like myself, I think I've been in it a long time, and from the time of going to the arcane school to work there in 1980, it has been now 39 years. Is that correct? I think so. And then, of course, all the theosophical work before that. But, I think what counts is that when you are really bringing something forward that on your own to a degree and with the help of cooperators. So that's been going on in my life anyway for 39 years. And the work with theosophy for 53 years, let me just say. The work with the Tibetan, I have to get 30, 40, 48 years. and the work in theosophy in general for 53 years. There are not as many of us as there should be. And somehow I'm seeing that this work could be considered neglected to a degree. The books in the esoteric bookstores either move down to the bottom shelves or so high that you can't reach them, and they're not in the middle anymore. So, to what extent have we given up, or are we simply waiting for that next installment? But every advance is built upon a successful assimilation in the past. So this is 2019, and I personally am pushing very hard for an assimilation of a substantial nature, so that the students of Master DK can really be ready for what he's going to give, and can come closer to recognizing his notes behind it. Many have come forward and said, well, okay, I'm channeling Master DK. I'm channeling Master Mori. I'm channeling this master and that master. And in general, not necessarily in all cases, the quality of the material gives the lie to their claim. They're not channeling a master, no. Otherwise, the material given would be of a higher caliber, and they would, in their writings, be speaking of things that they could not invent themselves or arrive at understanding themselves. But in fact, they can. And from so many of the channelers, you see that what is said could very well derive from their own thought. So it's a question of discrimination, a question of ego, lower ego too. And personally, I would rather be involved with the real stuff, I don't feel I need some kind of distinction that comes from being singled out as person X who's channeling Master Y, Let's just stick with the truth as much as we can. And as DK said, I've given you more than you can ever assimilate. And this is utterly true. Who can assimilate the secret doctrine? Who? But okay, we work on exposure, assimilation, meditation, and sharing the fruit that has grown in our consciousness to help others according to the need that they present. So here's a recapitulate. That was a little wandering off to the side, as occasionally happens here. My goal, I'm realizing what it is after all, is to handle these commentaries as if I were teaching a class and providing materials that would sustain a class. Of course, simply reading DK is quite enough. But when we're in a class together, we read DK and then we discuss it. So I'm discussing my impressions with you. I won't be there to see what you make of it or whether it's useful to you, whatever. But there are some links that are being made which would be made in a class, and which I'm trying to provide for you so that greater light can shine forth and we can be on our way to the recognition of and utilization of pure reason, an aspect of the intuition. It's all coming under Mercury in a way, and Master DK, of course, is deeply connected with Mercury, obviously, as was the Buddha. You know, the Sanskrit words even tell you that. Bud is wisdom, Bud is Mercury, Buddha, the great Lord of light and wisdom. So we continue along that vein with the hope that something of benefit comes to you. I must say, in going over these things, and concentrating upon them, realizing my limitations, okay, but something arises for me of deeper understanding due to the concentration that must be exerted. And it's my hope that this is the case for you. If anybody reaches this point in the video ever, my hope is that you've been engaged in this type of analysis and this type of linking up of different items of information with each other, and that it has been of benefit to you. Now, here's some recapitulation, and very important, I think. The first activity was the writing and distribution of the occult teachings through the medium of the books which AAB has assisted me to write. These will serve, when the war is over, to lead humanity forward and nearer to the time when present-day occultism will be the theme of the world education in some modified form. Well, for some of us, these books have been the great lifesaver. And I remember HPB saying, for some people in the world, maybe she numbered herself among them, that theosophy was their last hope. The books which have been published can be stated without any conceit. Of course, the readers of this, if they are adherents of other system, they will think the statement conceited, but okay, have been published, and which have been published can be stated without any conceit to have no competitors. And these, rightly distributed, will serve as a useful part in carrying the consciousness of humanity or of man to higher levels and in making clear the divine plan for mankind. In them also, the task immediately ahead at the close of the war is clearly indicated, and I would say, and much, much more. We're dealing with some rules and laws which the application and understanding and application of which will last centuries, as far as I can see. So this idea of books that have no competitors, it sounds like the author is blowing his or her own horn, but the Tibetan is truthful, and the quality of what is coming through is, to the careful student, truly astonishing. I think how grateful I am, over the years to have been wisely taken care of by an excellent teacher back in college days from 1962 onward, and then uh, theosophical material from 1960, well, the early 60s, I'll just put it that way, and then the Tibetan, encountering his books from a theosophical library where I could hardly reach them. They were placed so out of reach. Was it in Wheaton, Illinois? In 1971, and then joining the Arcane School in 72. So, for some of us, maybe who came in into incarnation with this as a sole intention, the material has been provided. Have we done everything we can with it? Maybe not. Rarely can we do so. But the astonishing thing is that it's there at all, at great sacrifice uh, from the ones who provided it. Then the next one, well, let's see, the first one was the books. And I just want to make that very big, my style here by now, so that it can really stand out. And yes, there it is. That was the first activity. But activities went on side by side, of course. The next one was the founding of the work of the Arcane School. The founding and the work of the Arcane School, and very interestingly, a lot of people who had worked with the Tibetan in other incarnations were drawn into it, toward it. Well, maybe it's not so odd a thought. The opportunity to regather was there, and the ongoing interest was there, and the search led them to the Arcane School. Still, very imperfect in their development, as are we all. But again, entering that stream of knowledge and light and the higher love and will, which would uh, contribute greatly to their spiritual development and towards equipping themselves for real service. This was started by AAB to train those ready for esoteric teaching and to prepare them for the stage and work of accepted discipleship. Now that usually comes in, somehow either midway or at least between the first and second initiation and usually towards the end, when let's say the second initiation is in sight. But from the middle of that period, which has been variously described as lengthy or maybe not so lengthy, depending, accepted discipleship is possible, pretty much, as one of my colleagues who's knowledgeable in astrology said, pretty much under Mercury and Saturn, the accepted discipleship, and pretty much under the third ray and the fifth ray in a way, and not so much the sixth and the fourth ray, which have to do with the path of probation. The world today is full of groups occupied with the task of helping one or other of the groups of aspirants and seekers to be found everywhere. You've seen them, and Rosicrucian groups, theosophical groups. I can't, name them all. There are many spiritual schools. helping the groups of aspirants and seekers to be found everywhere, or with the more general undertaking of raising the mass consciousness. So what really was the purpose of the founding of the Arcane School? What was its scope? I just have to be eternally grateful to the Arcane School, my work with it for a long time, and then 5 years actually there at the headquarters, at which a different perspective is developed. So what's the purpose here of the Arcane School? Primarily to aid the hierarchy in its work during the world crisis, a crisis for which the hierarchy has been long prepared. The Arcane School was not and is not the only group with this objective, but it is definitely among the most influential. And that this crisis is ongoing. It's not just the war. I mean, if we really look at crisis, the whole 19th century, the end of it was filled with it. And maybe DK would go back to an even earlier date. And certainly the 20th century has been an era of crisis, punctuated by great wars, and into the 21st century we continue. But maybe the problems on the planet will become so severe that humanity will be forced to come together without nations seeing each other as enemies. And the second purpose, so here's a long-term crisis, and we should never forget that we're not just there to study for our own edification, but to become really useful in helping humanity through its crisis, and then to train probationary disciples, let's say around the first degree, whether having taken it or about to take it, to become accepted disciples, which never happens until, well, rarely, if ever, happens until one has stood before the Christ at the first degree. There was one individual that had not yet stood before the Christ, but Tibetan made of him an accepted disciple for many reasons, to protect him and also out of gratitude for his contribution to the manifestation of the work. So to train probationary disciples to become accepted disciples so that the hierarchy could find those who could safely carry spiritual power and be channels of love and understanding to the world. Well, we all think of the Arcane School, I think, with gratitude. And it's nice to know how he sees its purpose. I'll just try to accent the main part of it, so we know why it was founded. To train probationary disciples to become accepted disciples. I don't know how many of us know whether we are accepted disciples or not. It's, I think, very important to go into the books, Discipleship in the New Age, and especially the last part of Discipleship number 1, where that training can be understood. You can see, therefore, that the Arcane School is not so much engaged in helping the individual as in aiding the hierarchy to salvage humanity, and for this work, training is required, and the Arcane School provides that. Okay, well, this was, in those days, the Arcane School was probably 20 years old or so, roughly, when this was written. I'm sure that, some of us who've been involved in the esoteric schools movement had been doing our best, but then they had Alice Bailey there, and they had the dictation by the Tibetan, and there was closer supervision. So we're working here, a recapitulation of a few of the things which have been undertaken in the joint work, so that we can see clearly the background of our coming effort, the master and his students. So far, of course, the books are there. They need to be studied. They need to be assimilated. They are not outworn, outgrown. They point ahead centuries and centuries. They deal with the fundamentals of the spiritual work, and no mere passage of time in an outer sense can render them dated. Okay, then the founding of the Arcane School, yes, and number 3, the fact of the existence of the new group of world servers was brought to the attention of the general public on quite a large scale, and that must grow in power, and the general public must continue to know of this group and to see what it requires to be part of it and to make the effort to join it if they wish to help to the degree of intensity that members of the new group of world servers help. So this is books, Arcane School, and new group of world servers thus far. So on quite a large scale, well, actually, I guess what I want to say is that we're now 3 hours have elapsed in this program, and we'll continue. So it's good to know that this subjective group of intensely service-oriented helpers is here, and really there is a distinction between men and women of goodwill with their general positive orientation and the servers who have targeted specific types of work according to the ashram with which they are affiliated. And generally, it is a requirement generally, if we're talking about this group in a rigorous manner, to have taken the second initiation or be about there in order to solidify one's membership or to be a member. So the new group of world servers, maybe from 1925 on, and then more publicly in the early 30s, has been brought to the attention of the general public. This group is composed of aspirants, disciples, and initiates, so he's looking at this in the broader sense, and is intermediate between the spiritual hierarchy and the intelligent public. So if he speaks of aspirants, then we're not looking at it in a rigorous sense. We're including people maybe who have not even taken the first initiation. There are 2 ways he does look at it. One is quite technical, and the other in the larger sense. Its members are to be found in every country, are unorganized except by their spiritual relation to the hierarchy and to each other, and I would say, quite often on the inner planes, and through their effort in every field of human consciousness to lead humanity into a more spiritual way of living. That is not a more religious way of living, okay? Some people who are not at all religious in the conventional sense are far more spiritual than those who are religious in the conventional sense. So these members, they aim to foster the growth of right human relations through goodwill. And this work is still going on. Well, it had been maybe, 10 years before that this work was strongly announced. The real inner workers knew that it was taking shape, and probably was taking shape at the time that the ashrams, or a majority of them, moved to the Buddhic plane, setting up a new relation between the ashrams and a new possible subjective relation within humanity, of human beings to each other and of human beings to the hierarchy. So it should be, I think, in the back of our mind, or maybe even the forefront, that our work is the work of world servers. Some people now like to drop the idea of the new group of and just say world servers. Okay, it's okay. What is new? What is old? When this was written, it was only a decade old, and now it is more like 80 years that some of this work has been announced and pursued. Every field of human consciousness, their effort to lead humanity into a more spiritual way of living, not, as I said, not religious. That is one of the victories of the Black Lodge, says the Tibetan, that every mode of spirituality has to be considered in the light of religion. It's just not so. There are 7 ashrams, and advancement along any of their lines to the benefit of humanity is spiritual work. Okay, now what else? I just have to keep on thinking about what we're really looking at here. I get involved in the particular paragraph and forget the main thing. This is recapitulating a few of the things which DK and his students and DK and Alice Bailey together have undertaken in their joint work. Every once in a while, it helps to look back and remind oneself of what has actually been done. We have the evening review, but we also have a periodic 10-year review. I think he advises that, and I suppose life reviews start coming in as you're reaching the older age. Anyway, the organizing of the men and women of goodwill in every land so that eventually they can set the note of world goodwill for a new world order. Okay, so this is the promotion of goodwill. The organizing of the men and women of goodwill in every land so that eventually they can set the note of world goodwill for the new world order. And I guess we should monitor ourselves somehow to see to what extent really goodwill characterizes our approach to life. It seems such a humble subject to be activated around Christmas, and in the Messiah when we sing it, goodwill towards men. It's very beautiful, very stirring, associated with those festivals that involve the Christ. But it's more than that. It's a method of producing right human relations, and it has to be used all the time. Now, some of this work, the goodwill work, was started in 1934. Much lies ahead, demanding attention, and will have to be accomplished in a period much more difficult than the pre-war period. DK is looking at the complexity of what lies ahead and comparing it to the 30s when so much effort was expended to bring goodwill forward. Unfortunately, it did not succeed in keeping the great battle between dweller and angel off the physical plane. And as we recognized at some point in these essays, he does rather blame the disciples of the period who just had other things to do that they considered to be more interesting, and so they did not apply themselves as they might have done. The nucleus of this group exists, and among them, the livingness of goodwill is still unimpaired. So this is, there are seeds that Master DK put forward within the Lucis Trust. There was much of a seeding period and could have accomplished more, but then what group effort could not have accomplished more? Always more is possible. We're told that from the individual point of view, much of success took place in relation to the teaching and the group work and the writing of certain books, such as Discipleship in the New Age Volume 1, with which one is supposed to draw worthy students towards the ashram. Much of value occurred, but overall, maybe the group work potentials of the situation were not really recognized. Or, wow, we have 7 points here, so let's just keep going. Number 5, the effort to utilize the power of sound and of thought combined was undertaken through the use of 2 great invocations, which you have, as a group, distributed throughout the world. So this is definitely occult work. Definitely. No question about it. Sound is such an occult factor. But sound and thought together, the mindless sounding of the Om, or as he says, Moria says, taking vitamins without consciousness is not the way. Be conscious of what you are taking and its intended effect. Don't mindlessly automatically sound invocations. Be with the sounding in full attentiveness to its meaning. So this was also undertaken, the effort to utilize the power of sound and thought combined. And when we kind of get into these invocations, we realize, especially after the Tibetans' explanation of them and what they really relate to, how immensely powerful they are. All of this is in the nature of seed work and will be more fully developed during the Aquarian Age. Great world prayers have been used for ages. Men have been driven by desire and spiritual aspiration to pray and have recognized the power of divine response. The art of invocation, however, has been relatively unknown, especially in the West. So here's the idea of the great words of power and how ancient they really are, and have reorganized the power of the divine response, recognized, that is. They have recognized. The art of invocation, however, has been relatively unknown, especially in the West. It employs the dynamic will and the focused mind and is intended to evoke response from the capital F forces, which will condition the new world which can come into being at the close of the war. A focused will or intention, a convinced mind, a dedicated desire, and a planned activity are essential to their success. Now here is invocation, and it's something new because it involves more abilities of the man to be used simultaneously. A focused will or intention is a convinced mind, a dedicated desire, and a planned activity are essential to success. So if one wanted to be successful in one's invocatory efforts, these would be required. Okay. Now, another point. Another point. Okay. So 3 preparatory steps we're looking at, and we're also looking at a number of subdivisions that have been undertaken in this work of DK and his students. Okay. So all of these points we are listing are part of a recapitulation of a few things which have been undertaken in our joint work, DK and his students, and of course Alice Bailey was his student too, although directly related to KH, as was DK. So we continue our recapitulation, and we find the forming of triangles of light and goodwill, so that an inner network of people pledged to goodwill, to the use of the power of invocation, and to the growth of understanding throughout the world can be created, and at that time a beginning has been made. Now, obviously, this is meant to spread all over the world. It can be presented in such a way that people will perform it. If they like the invocation, if it appeals to them, and they like other spiritually minded people with whom they can cooperate, then there really are no obstacles to the forming of the triangles network. They can read esoterically more what it's about as they proceed, but the initial phases of the triangles of light and goodwill can be undertaken by many who are, well, they're not even occultists, or they're not esotericists, but they can do this. A beginning has been made. This is a potent and workable mode of procedure once it is given the opportunity to spread. It is work, says the Tibetan, which must go on. So our work is filled with the memory of impressive points that he has made. When he begs us to do something, we know it really has to be done. And when he says this work must go on, then we know we're dealing with work that is important to the salvation of humanity and its right entry into the Aquarian age. And finally, number 7, the inauguration of an effort towards definite group work. This must be group work of a new order, wherein individual activity is subordinated to the group objective and the decisions of the group in conclave. Okay. Okay. So, the inauguration of definite group work. Group work of a new order. This is, again, a recapitulation of what has been undertaken by DK with his students. They need reminding, and don't we all? Okay. It is not work carried forward through the imposition of some one will upon a group of weaker wills. The individual and his mode of working are not regarded as of importance in the group consciousness because it is the will of the group, unitedly dedicated to a specific objective, which is the point of major importance. Okay, well, we just have to assess how we actually are working in our groups. And this is part of the recapitulation. These things have been taught. This is a new procedure and something to which you can apply yourself. Sometimes it's called, in relation to seventh ray groups, leadership of a group by the group. In this group which I have now formed, opportunity will arise to demonstrate the practicality of this new ideal in service methods. So, new methods of group cooperation and service. Okay. How many of us have succeeded in this? Well, I think we're on our way. Leadership of a group by the group. Experimented with under seventh ray groups. Okay. All right. These are a few of the undertakings in which we, Master DK and his students, have for some years been engaged, and it is suggested that all of them be continued as a background to all future work and a fundamental platform. Well, that's what we're trying to do with the Ask programs, to keep all of this going, and I'm sure the Arcane School is keeping it all going according to suggestion. So whatever else is undertaken in the future, and remember that from the time this was written, only 8 more years of the cooperation, the outer cooperation of DK and Alice Bailey was possible to complete the 30 years of work, that all of this must continue and on during the period of apparent silence from Master DK, when so many people, tried to say, no, he's saying this. Here's his latest, never measuring up, of course, to the caliber of what had been given. Okay. You as individuals in this group or in your relations with other groups all have your personal problems. Well, that's for sure. We might as well face that. We are not psychologically entirely regenerated. These problems are simply your participation in world karma and constitute your needed training ground in the field of your spiritual experimentation. With them I shall not deal, for you are all adult souls and progress by definite service and not by being helped. Isn't that interesting? Progress by definite service and not by being helped. Helped. As Master M says, if you give all, you will create a weakling. Okay. So one has to be very careful about how much one gives, and generally when you see Master DK giving, it is always with the idea that the receiver has to work something out on his or her own merits. Progress by defined service and not by being helped. You are all adult souls. These problems are your karma and your needed training ground as well. So we have to be strong and work out our issues. There has been such an emphasis now upon psychology, and it's good that it has been the case. Psychology has advanced greatly in certain countries and during the 20th century, after the war. And it was meant to redeem many, and in a way it has contributed to that. Now we are in a period facing religious fanaticism, which has never really been addressed. There was not an age of reason with respect to some fanatical faiths, but there was with respect to Christianity, and much good was done. But the ancient fanaticism is still with us and is a grave problem in this era when the sixth ray, what should we call it, is recrudescing, is going out with a bang, not a whimper. It's going out with a dramatic gesture, and the idea of the conquest of other religions and modes of living is foremost in the mind of many, many thousands of fanatics. We have to realize that this problem must be solved, and with the more temperate seventh ray coming forth, it will be solved. But we have to be very, very steady, very perceptive, very clear thinking as the results of fanaticism strike us. We have not to react in kind, but as more mature souls with more experience and on different rays, we have to react appropriately or respond appropriately. Okay, so anyway, progress goes forward. For you are all adult souls. With them I shall not deal, for you are all adult souls and progress. See right there, it's got to be a verb and not a noun. Progress by defined service and not by being helped. Well, there comes that point, doesn't there? Take the training wheels off and pedal your bicycle on your own. Your task is to aid the work which hierarchy plans to do, to find the ways and means whereby that service can be wisely rendered, to discover the manner in which the world need in which world need, not your group need, can be met to finance that share of the work of the brotherhood to which you have been assigned by your soul, and to do your part in developing those human attitudes which are needed if true peace is to be found in the world by 1975. Well, that date is important, and you know why, right? So the first of the specifically noted Shambhala impacts of the 20th century occurred in 1975, and the next one in the year 2000, followed by the Great Decision, 2001. What a clustering of dynamic spiritual events. This is our task. Our task is being described right here. Find the ways and means that we can wisely serve to meet world need, not our own group need, And indeed, our soul, our supervisor, has assigned us to certain kinds of work, to share in the work of the brotherhood to which you have been assigned by your soul. What is that? Are we doing that? Remember the crisis of opportunity and the crisis of expression. The crisis of opportunity usually presents some kind of work in which you can participate as engineered by your relatively omniscient soul. And the crisis of expression means you have taken your participation to a relatively high level and can now go forward in that expression, helping humanity much if you can overcome certain obstacles. So opportunity precedes by quite a number of years expression. But true peace in 1975? Well, the United States was just withdrawing at that time, and rather ignominiously, from the Vietnam War. It was not, a war had just been fought, and the world was still anything but peaceful. If this work is soundly done, then a world unity can be established which will produce right human relations, a sound world politic, it doesn't exist yet, a united spiritual effort, no, and an economic sharing, no, which will bring to an end all competition, no, and the present uneven distribution of the necessities of life, certainly not. So you kind of wonder where we have missed our opportunities, where have we not been alert enough to really take opportunity as presented and bring it towards successful expression. Well, it's a little bit chilling to realize what might have been by 1975. That's 25 plus 20, that's 45 years ago, 44 years ago. What might have been? And why did it not occur? And usually, the vested selfish financial interests involved with capitalism. If what the Tibetan says is true, capitalism has emerged and wrecked the world. Some statements are just so shuddering, that you can't stop thinking about them. Nothing of this nature occurred in 1975. But in coming years, the Berlin Wall fell, and a man who was obviously a disciple, Gorbachev, had a huge effect upon Russia. Now there is, of course, the egotistical reaction. Remember, Russia has that Leo personality, and many look at Gorbachev with a jaundiced eye because he did so much to break down the barriers and internationalize the work of Russia. And basically, the Soviet Union was destroyed. There is a Russian Federation now, and it's made up of many that were part of the older Soviet Union, but he didn't do much for the material advantage of Russia. Now we have to also remember what DK told us, that things going as they are going, Russia would become the largest capitalistic nation in the world. That capitalism would really find a home. And now we do have, and it's not progress, we do have oligarchy. And we have oligarchy in the United States. We have plutocracy. This is ruled by wealth, ruled by an elite, the diminishment of democracy. Sometimes when safeguards are taken away, in move the powerful and the selfish. So opportunity missed, apparently. 1975, Shambhala Impact might have confirmed a new way for civilization to go. We do remember that the return of the Christ was predicted even toward the end of the 20th century in some of the early books. So there has been delay. And DK warned us about delay somewhere, I think, in Esoteric Psychology 1. Let's see if I find that, Just want to get this straight. All right, I'm not sure I can find this easily, but delay 300. Okay. Failure, therefore, this is Psychology 1. Failure, therefore, if public opinion is educated in the new ideals, the momentum of the growing tide will greatly facilitate the work of these seventh ray executives. I'm wondering, is he talking about the financial reorganizers here? And in some cases will constitute for them the line of least resistance. Failure, therefore, will rest upon the shoulders of the world aspirants and disciples, and will not indicate inaccurate prophecy or misinterpreted astrological conditions. In any case, the prophesied end is inevitable, but the time of that end, a positive end, right, rests in the hands of awakened humanity. The margin of difference will also be only between 100 and 300 years. The impulse towards synthesis is now too strong to be long delayed. Well, that is encouraging. Okay. So delay there can be. Now, sometimes DK is very somber about what that delay might be. A complete return to the beginnings of the human race, to see if a race might not be raised up that could actually conform to the divine plan and not rebel against it. But then, following that, if we can believe Foster Bailey on this point, somewhere in the early 50s he was writing, and he's said to have had contact with Master DK, which is not implausible. And the Master assured him that there would be no atomic war. Well, let's see what his perspective is. We are so close to the reemergence of the Master and his continuous offering of these bridging treatises, which bridge the knowledge of the old world with the coming perspectives of the Aquarian civilization. It's really very important that we are discerning and discriminating. We have to really absorb what is being presented to us. It's really our responsibility, deep responsibility, so that we will be ready, given that absorption and assimilation, really ready to take on this third installment. And it may not be easy at all. It may call for faculties that we are working on developing but have not really developed yet. It's a whole new labor of an intensive kind. I don't know about you. I'd sure like to be involved in it, somehow to help it along. And I'll bet you would too. Going on. In the past, I have outlined for you the general program and the hoped for objectives. I've given you much information and have indicated need and its possible solution. I have given you practical suggestions as to procedures and methods. I asked today, for your cooperation, and I ask it on behalf of the forces of light, of the spiritual hierarchy, and of distressed humanity. So, DK not asking for himself, but on behalf of others. I ask for your cooperation, he says, and sometimes he uses the form, I beg for your cooperation. Sometimes he does that. This is serious business, and we cannot let the books drift down to the lowest shelf or rise so high you cannot reach them. This is a gold mine. This is a treasure of hierarchical understanding. And we have choices to make about what's important to us in this life. Choices to make. The present world crisis could be shortened if the spiritually minded people lived up to their inner belief and knowledge. Well, it wasn't shortened. And there was earlier anticipation, as we probably read together, of a 1942 ending. It turned out that was the year of intense crisis and of successful evocation of the Lords of Liberation. A year of deeper crisis than humanity had experienced in a long, long time. I cannot speak about the Atlantean period of the Great Flood, and there were several floods, of course, or the Great War in Atlantis some million of years ago. That was a great crisis. But for a long time, humanity persisted and could go forward. Now, we were talking about a time when the hierarchy actually believed that humanity would go down. Well, they didn't publicize that. They said so after the fact. And somehow the combination of the initiates, disciples, aspirants, and the intent invoking masses reached the recognition of the lords of liberation, and they intervened. He'll tell us more about that. It's one of those amazing stories. We wouldn't be here now doing these things. We'd be in a heap of destruction, and we'd be starting all over again with this huge pain of having eliminated an opportunity to really rise into the fifth kingdom of nature. The task of unifying the men and women of goodwill is today infinitely more difficult than it was before the war. Much more difficult. It can only be done if each servant of the hierarchy thinks clearly, loves intelligently, and serves to the uttermost. Each servant, each one of us, doing all that. I make no plea. I have pleaded much with all of you in the past, and the effort which resulted, though not a complete failure, was not adequately strong enough to offset the forces of evil focused in Germany, Japan, and to a much smaller extent, Italy. It's good that he discriminates here. And, one day it will be our ability to see as the Master sees and to see what he saw. Probably there will be some post, how do they say it? Post something stress syndrome. We've been through it, we didn't know it, and we have the stress after the fact, realizing how close we came to the destruction of humanity. It's not something that is realized. He says, closer than you can ever imagine was the possibility of the victory of the forces of darkness. This last statement, which I have made in other writings, has evoked resentment in the minds of those who believe that the forces of light must love so indiscriminately that their work on the side of evolution is negated and the effort to promote the development of human consciousness is rendered completely futile or should be held in abeyance until the fight is over. Well, there was focused evil. It does exist. And he is truthfully telling us about the nations that focused it. Just the way in esoteric healing, you can expect more trouble in terms of the cause of disease from the etheric miasms or from the conditions of the astral body. So it was with the disease of humanity. Japan representing the etheric and to an extent the physical nature, so they were the forces of Maya, and Germany by far the most dangerous, representing the forces of glamour. Italy, we are told, represented illusion, but illusion, let's just say the mental body per se, does not cause anywhere near as much disease in the individual as does the astral and etheric nature. The mind is not such a cause because people are not mentally focused, and Italy represented that, and although its influence was harmful, it was nowhere nearly as harmful as that of Germany and Japan. Hitler rejoiced at learning that Japan was joining the war or had attacked Pearl Harbor because he said, now we have an ally, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now we have an ally that has never been defeated in battle. I guess the history of the Japanese warriors as samurai was very forceful. But a victory was won through the fifth ray influence, which created a weapon of mass destruction, horrific in its nature, but revealing the end of the dominance of the materialistic attitude. Matter was indeed energy and not the concrete thing it was in the minds of so many. So why shouldn't the forces of light just be nice and let all this happen and just wait until it all fights itself out? Then they would not discriminate, right? That's the first thing. They would not discriminate. And they would not have a positive evolutionary effect. And they would not really be able to help develop the human consciousness, because they would be so busy being nice to the form nature of man, forgetting what has to emerge through the form. We can see that our perspectives would be very different, depending upon whether we loved form, as so many human beings do, or whether we were really soul conscious and understood that the consciousness as found in the inner worlds must develop. And the ability to use the many capabilities of our energy-centered energy system must be developed. I would here point out that if the forces of light, aided by you, did nothing to influence the minds of men, the forces of materialism and of evil would triumph. So here he is talking about the importance of the influence of the hierarchy and the teaching which the disciples have absorbed and through which they can influence others. It's a good thing that the forces of light remained attentive and in a way chose sides. So there would have been a triumph of the counterforce. And, how do we even fathom what that might have been? I suppose, by seeing how cruel, how terrible the forces of wicked pride and hateful lust were in their approach to the rest of humanity, and they showed no signs of abating. But they were contained by two great armies, that of Russia, that of America. They were contained. And when they saw the example of what could happen in Japan, they knew that earlier they had made the right decision. So humanity would then be spiritually defeated and its evolution would be set back for an indefinite period. So it's going to be necessary for us to throw everything we've got into the great battle, and the battle still persists until humanity can be purified, clarified, and can be induced to share and can clean house and can study war no more. Humanity then would be spiritually defeated. Okay, and that's the worst way. Its evolution would be set back for an indefinite period, and there he sort of rings the bell of warning, doesn't he? An indefinite period. 300 years seems a short time compared to this indefinite period. I would here call your attention to the words of my great master and yours. Now, that's very interesting how DK says that. He is in full acquiescence to the Christ as his highest master, and his link with KH is very strong, his link with the Christ is of a different order. So the great master, as he says, my great master and yours said, by their fruits ye shall know them. It's so confusing to look at motives in the middle of the process, but everybody comes forth with something. And what is rendered manifest on the physical plane will tell us about whether the seed was sound or was rotten in some way. By their fruits ye shall know them. When I think about Germany of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Germany of the 19th century, let us say, some simply wonderful music emerged. And that is one method by which they could be known. Beethoven, Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms were writing, and there was not, well, if there was war, it was of a minor kind compared to what might be visited upon such nations. But then in came blood and iron and Bismarck, and that beneficent fourth ray influence was then abrogated. It was set aside. It did not triumph. It did not recondition the German psyche, the Austrian psyche, as it had been hoped it would. I would remind you that there would be no world war today if Germany had not marched on Poland, which it did, I think, September 1st, 1939. The cause of the widespread cruelty, terror, murder, and agony rests squarely on the shoulders of the 7 men in Germany. Okay. And the karma of those 7 must be an amazing thing to think about. It's true they've all met their maker, so to speak. None of them was justified in doing what they did, even though they had come, as DK says, from lifetimes of selfish activity. We have here a kind of prognosis, and we're reaching the 4-hour point. I'm going to try to do a 5-hour program here. You know, it will be a lot to download, but easy to deal with all at once. Had the aspirants and the disciples of the world realized the situation earlier, and had they worked more wholeheartedly, the present catastrophe could have been held within bounds. He repeats this idea, and much is laid upon that middle group, the disciples and the aspirants, and maybe the lower initiates. Much is laid upon them. It could have been retained and the problem worked out upon the inner planes of thought and desire, and could there have been transmuted and the needed readjustments made, but they failed to understand and the storm broke upon the physical plane. Well, this is it. This is precisely the problem, and it is possibly the problem that we face today. Do we face this problem today? But I also see a lot of mobilization of disciples. I see this in the people who use the communication system really to help mobilize their co-workers. And they seem to be somewhat successful. Only time will tell. Can we contain our very bitter battle between the selfish dweller and the liberated angel? Can we contain it on the inner planes? That's what's going on today. I call it, in my view, the containment of the third phase of the Great War upon the inner planes. In a way, it has never subsided. There's been a constant battle going on between selfishness and unselfishness in humanity. So we're going to say 4 hours have passed. Sometimes it's been very subtle, but always that hand of selfishness has been behind the conflicts into which nations have almost unwittingly been forced and which have been visited upon people who just were in a poor position to defend themselves, though rose to the situation, rose to the requirements in many cases. Now here comes the anticipation. He's writing in September of 41. The next 12 months will be decisive in human affairs. By the end of 1942, the chaos and difficulty will still be present, but the sound of the victors' trumpets will be heard. Will the victors be the forces of light under whose banners fight the Allies, or will evil triumph and greed reap the profits of aggression? Will men be led into darkness which, though not interminable, well, what is, will engulf the human soul for decades or more? The answers to these questions lie in the decisions and the activities of humanity itself, and the hierarchy waits. Well, that's about as clear as it can be, isn't it? That crisis point came in 1942, and here he identifies it. Let me just make that, I alternate these colors, for visibility. By the end of 1942, when the sun would move northward, chaos and difficulty will still be present, but the sound of the victor's trumpets will be heard. That is such a key idea. And upon what is Master DK basing this assessment? Well, he probably has his methods, and even he does not know. Will the victors be the forces of light under whose banners fight the Allies, or will evil triumph and greed reap the profits of aggression? And remember, by the end of 1942, the hierarchy thought, its own best estimate, that humanity was going down to defeat. I guess we have to somehow realize that this did occur, and that the ruination of the human experiment was, on this planet anyway, was closer than we ever imagined. And it was upon us, upon humanity itself, upon our decisions and activities, that the question would be resolved. I have referred to the increased difficulty which will confront the men and women of goodwill working under the new group of world servers. What constitutes the difficulty? What constitutes the difficulty if we analyze the situation? In other words, it would have been better to act in the 1930s, wouldn't it? So, two major difficulties, and we'll take a look at that. What are they? First, the steadily mounting feeling of intense resentment, amounting to hate in the case of some groups and sections of suffering humanity, accompanied by a deep fatigue, a shattered psychological integration as the result of nerve strain and acute fear. Maybe that's an and acute fear of what the future may hold, scientifically developed by the Axis powers, and a numbing of the soul which is the result of death on every hand, loss, separation, and the sight of untold pain and suffering. So this will be one of the major factors that the men and women of goodwill will face. How was it avoided, or was it avoided? I'm sure the hatred was there, but there was also some kind of great liberation, maybe exhaustion too, but a great liberation that occurred at the end of the war. Humanity had triumphed, and the forces of darkness at that time had not triumphed, but they still had that foot in the door left ajar. Secondly, the widespread physical destruction wrought by invading and the defending armies, the destruction of great cities with their accompaniments of civilized living, the wholesale wiping out of industrial plants and the mechanics of daily life, the sinking of the ships which distribute the raw products of civilized living, and the complete disorganization of all human affairs in every country of the world, directly or indirectly, and the breaking down of the structure of well-established financial relations, plus the disruption of the ordinary means of communication. Not a very happy picture of what would have to be rebuilt or reconstructed. So the widespread physical destruction, I'm just going to make that the main idea here. What could one do? You've seen those pictures, haven't you? Following World War II, you've seen the bombed out cities in England, largely England, I think. You've seen the bombed out cities in Germany. A horrific destruction. How was it all rebuilt? Well, there were forces of enlightenment, accompanying the forces of construction, and those who wished to see the restoration of the plan were also at work. There was some wisdom in the rebuilding. But all of the connections that made civilization possible, these connections were largely disrupted or destroyed. Add to this the monetary ruin of the masses of people, and you have a true and not a sensational picture of the world state. Well, people lost all their money and the means of generating money, unless they were in a more privileged position. It was a horror, but maybe it was not as bad as it might have been. The United Nations was forming, and hope was in the air, even for the nations that had been the aggressors, because unlike them, the Allies were far more kind and far more compassionate and did not seek the destruction of those nations, Germany and Japan. It was simply a point of temporary necessity that there be enough destruction to force the surrender. I read pretty carefully, the difference between the American and Russian approach to Berlin, and it seems that the Russians, with their very big guns, just flattened everything in the way, and America did not have as drastic an approach which could not be easily remedied. I was born into that, in 1943, and I do remember the celebration parties when I was just 2 years old, of people who breathed a great sigh of relief that Germany and Japan had been defeated. Italy was more an afterthought, and the partisans had taken hold in Italy anyway and were seeing to the overcoming of the fascist dictator and his assembled reinforcements. Out of this wreckage, says the Tibetan, of all that man has constructed during the centuries, and out of the spoliation of all existing culture and civilization, the New World Order must be built. I'm thinking of the Rurik Pact. He was a great artist, and sensing that war was coming again, he worked on something called the Rurik Pact, and he sought to have the forces of destruction avoid destroying the art treasures which carried so much inspiration to humanity, and many were signatories of that pact, and much was preserved. Of course, the interesting thing is that German greed contributed to the preservation of so many of these works of art, because they were being hoarded and hidden away for the future of an ascendant Germany. I think Hermann Goering, even though it was said he was not as bad as the others, he was involved in massive theft of art treasures, and the theft and the storing of those treasures probably saved so many of them. God works in mysterious ways. So out of all of this spoliation, the New World Order has to be built. It's still not built. And my brother, it will be built, and you can help prepare for this building of a more stable and unified way of life. It is coming. But you do also see just horrific scenes from certain rising nations, and you see the privation, and you see people seeking out their next meal on a garbage dump. You see things which are pitiful and pitiable. It is too bad that the sharing has not been instituted. With the coming of a relative peace, of course, we cannot say any abiding peace was with humanity by the year 1975, though it is interesting that that is the year that hostilities ceased as far as the United States was concerned in the Vietnam War. There were other ongoing hostilities, of course, between in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinian groups. Some pretty terrible things were ongoing and continue even now. Okay. So humanity must as I look ahead, I see DK really marshaling the forces of the group towards reconstruction. This is still at a time when even hierarchy does not know who will prevail. The next section will be written, I think, from October 1941. Well, by that time, the Russian forces were bogged down, and a kind of retreat from the siege of Moscow was necessary for them. I understand that some of their guns were already penetrating the outskirts of Moscow, but the Russian winter did its job. So we go on. The creative process begins always in the realm of intention, is impulsed by trained desire, because it's possible for desire to be all over the place and interested in anything that is not necessarily targeted upon the good, and will be brought into objective expression by the right direction of thought, the inspiration of right ideals, and the educating of the usually unthinking masses, who are today, however, thinking as never before, so that humanity as a whole will appropriate these ideals. So this is about the creative process. It's also about the pain that humanity experienced and which forced it to think. You know, I've said it before, but there was that great Atlantean War, and DK's statement, maybe I'll go in to find it, that many were initiated then, who even now would not be treading the path of initiation. So intense was that war, so demanding, the point of tension being raised to, for them, unimaginable heights, that many took initiation then who even now would not be treading that path. So here is the creative process. That's what we're talking about at the moment. And various conditions within the human being and groups of human beings are necessitated before there can be true creativity. Right direction of thought, inspiration of right ideals, the educating of the usually unthinking masses. And it's a joy to see that the thinking did increase, so humanity as a whole can appropriate the ideas. They can then be trusted to take the needed action. Yeah, I think that has to be included there. Mhm. In this manner, the desired conditions will take form upon the physical levels of daily existence. There are many enlightened thinkers working at this time upon these problems. Many gravitated to the United Nations, people of very great accomplishment, and quite a number of fourth race souls, actually, involved in the harmony through conflict process, as we would expect. Not so many fourth race souls there are among disciples, but a number of them gravitated towards the United Nations. So many enlightened thinkers working even in 1941 upon these problems, they are actively molding public opinion. Free minds in all countries or their representatives in the occupied lands are already laying the foundation of freedom more surely and soundly than ever before. Groups everywhere are organizing for the rebuilding, mentally, psychically, and physically, of our world and for the reconstruction of our civilization on saner lines and safer foundations. So work was going on of a positive nature, even in the midst of all the chaos of war. More intimate and understanding relations are being established between religion, politics, and philanthropy, and the part which science, education, and economics must play in the future is being brought increasingly into the forefront of human aspiration. Well, the United Nations did not suddenly spring up in 1945, or let's take a look at that, of when did the United Nations open its doors in New York. So we are looking ahead with Master Decay. He's keeping our minds on a positive future and talking about how many very qualified people are looking for the rehabilitation which can follow the war, the reconstruction, though the final decision has not been made, and by the solstice of 1942, it would be made. Then we will know who prevailed. Well, we do know, but if we use the historical present here, we will know. Therefore, he says, there is no need for discouragement, because discouragement has produced much inertia. He explained why the inertia, because of that deep sense of failure and wondering about the outcome. There is no need for discouragement. There is only need for determined right action and sacrificing effort. I think, he just has to keep the disciples moving forward, because they have such a valuable piece of this whole process, and as an intermediary, they must remain strong. Determined right action and sacrificing effort. This must be based on faith in the human spirit, on a conviction that good must ultimately triumph, because it always has, and a knowledge that the new age is dawning and that nothing can frustrate its establishment To the advent of this new era, the destruction itself bears witness, because again, quoting my master, it's interesting. He doesn't so often use the term my master, but he does here. And I wonder why that is. Because he oftentimes refers to Master KH, the Chohan KH, as his master. But now I've seen 2 or 3 times that he's referred to the Christ as my master. It stands out to me. Because again, quoting my master the Christ, you cannot put new wine in old bottles. To your share in the preparatory work for the future new world, I call you. Okay, he exhorts, and his exhortations are very strong. And I take it for this time as well. I feel called, and I hope we all feel called to do whatever we can to see that it is the angel that wins in humanity and not the dweller. To your share of the preparatory work for the future new world I call you. To renewed activity upon the outer plane of life I call you. And again I outline to you 3 years' work plus 2 years of activity which will grow out of the 3 years of preparation. Let's just say he seems to be anticipating the end of the war in 1945 or 46. It seems. I mean, the whole thing is very fluid. We understand. And even hierarchy does not know. And when hierarchy made that judgment about humanity going down, it showed then that hierarchy too did not actually know. They did not know that the Lords of Liberation would be reached and could avert the victory of evil. So we're looking ahead now as if we're in the middle of it all. Until May 1943, I suggest sound preparatory undertakings for future world activity. This would already take us over the crisis point, and he's making an assumption here that the forces of light have prevailed, because he says that from the time the sun moves northward in late 1942, one or other will be the victor. And he could not suggest this into 1943 unless he anticipated that the forces of light would be the victor, or that he wanted people to think in those terms without himself actually knowing. Until May 1943, I suggest sound preparatory undertakings for future world activity. This must be accompanied by sound organization based on a long-range vision of what must be done and by experimental effort. This is the immediate work for this group and for those whom they may later choose as collaborators. Small groups must grow out of this group later when it is duly established and functioning. Now, what is the group? Is the group his new C group of 24? Is that the group we're talking about here? Because by 1941, that group was certainly established, and I think also an externalization of the hierarchy group, or for which the rules were written, the 14 rules, that was also established. The externalization of the ashram, let us say. And quite a number of groups have been offshoots of the work from the Lucis Trust and the Arcane School. And I think the School for Esoteric Studies was one such, and our group, the Seven Ray Institute and University of Seven Rays Maury Federation is an offshoot of it. And Meditation Mount and its work in the 60s is an offshoot. Maybe there are others too. I think so. Found in Europe. I mean, I'm not familiar with them all, but there have been smaller groups growing out of the group with which he was working. He consolidated everything, really, and no longer worked with the 10C groups or the formation of them. Now, he is assuming that, people are really surviving this sun moving northward. From May 1943 until November 1944, you should move outward into definite world experience and into a basic cooperation with any similar groups who are engaged in world salvage, primarily along the psychological line. Now, this involves, the work of FCD, Roberto Saggioli, and he did a lot of that redemptive work later, and it was very prominent in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I think he died in the 70s. So primarily along psychological lines, for the psychological rehabilitation of humanity will be the outstanding need. And this is found paralleling that of economic adjustment. Okay. And what we find is the problems. Okay. That should be done a little bit better. Okay. Let's see if I can get that. The problems of humanity features this as one of the chapters. It's called the psychological rehabilitation of the nations, but of course, this involves also people, doesn't it? Naturally. Okay. And let's get this in order. Okay. Right. There we go. These two must receive prior attention by all men and women of goodwill, psychology and economics. And economics. And I don't know why I'm having trouble with this. My colors are not doing what I want them to do. Okay. So, this group must inspire, promote, and strengthen wherever and whenever possible. Such a task can only be undertaken by people who have no religious bias, no political antagonisms, no sense of exclusiveness. Okay, that's obvious. And here we go, psychology. Okay, psychology. All right. Now let's see if I can. Yeah, I can. If I don't use the capitals. And from then, so what do we have first? Let's just get this all straight. May 1943. Let's just say from September 41. Okay, let's take a look at this. From September 1941 to, what does it say? May 1943. And then from May 1943 to November of 1944, and then from November of 1944 to the end of 1945 or beginning of 1946. Well, there were many things still to take care of following the end of the war, a huge rehabilitative effort. So the first one has one moving within, sound preparatory undertakings for the future of world activity, and then an outward movement, a basic cooperation. You should move outward into definite world experience and into a basic cooperation with any similar groups and work along psychological lines. Okay, that is clear. He's outlining the work to be done. Okay, and with a great deal of hope, I might add, because even he does not know how it will turn out. And then from November of 44 to the close or beginning, the work should consolidate the men and women of goodwill, will swing into increasing usefulness, and the potency of their thought and attitude in molding public opinion should make itself dynamically felt if you all will work as desired. So a real, let's just call it an externalization of the work to the beginning of 46. It will be apparent, therefore, how important is the work that you can start now and stabilize during the next 18 months. That was September of 41 to May of 43. Okay, so let's look at it this way. Of 1941 to May of 1943. The major lines of action you already know. For the goodwill work done in 1936, that was, a very important year for the Second Ray, still remains basic, and its processes should be restudied and employed. So, let's look up, when we can, look up the meaning of 1936. I think it was a coming together. Well, anyway, the Great Invocation had been released for the public, the first Great Invocation. Okay. Oop. Whatever that was. And we'll do it this way. First Great Invocation. But I would make the following practical suggestions. Number one, in working ahead, practical suggestions concerning the group and its planning. I guess it's a group that he's really relying upon, and it probably had to be, kind of a headquarters group in different places. London too, and I don't know if there was in Geneva at that time a headquarters group. There certainly, I think, was a London headquarters and a New York headquarters, and there was this group of 24, and maybe they are the ones that he is addressing. I would think he's certainly including them. Learn to know and trust each other, leaving each other free to work and plan within the group plan. Develop the experience of love in your individual lives and in your group relation. Meet regularly for discussion, planning, and united meditation. using the same meditation in this group as I have asked you to follow individually. That was earlier. We saw that. He interposed a new meditation in some of the text above this. Subordinate your own wishes and ideas to the group decision. Let this be uniquely a group effort. Okay, so this involves learning to know and to trust each other, leaving each other free, and developing the experience of love and in your group relations. I'll just kind of put that as the main thing. He certainly was instructing the people with strong supervision, was he not? Press forward with the triangle work in every possible way and in every country, open safely to contact. Plan this work along sound business lines, making a small group of you responsible for its functioning and success. And there was always, the Triangle's desk. My association with the Lucis Trust showed me the Triangle's desk by the time I arrived there. I guess it was quite late in the day, 1980. It was a very important part. Press forward with the Triangle's work. Okay. So we'll make that bigger. And discover and, where possible, contact all groups which are motivated by a true love of humanity, plus a groping after an understanding of the New Age ideals of freedom, cooperation, and inclusiveness. I suggest a gradual compilation of a mailing list of such groups, accompanied with their samples of their literature, and an analysis of their ideas. So, okay, that's the next thing. Discover and, where possible, contact these groups, which are motivated by true love for humanity. Well, basically what I'll do is I'll just put a little bit of that on here, making it bigger. Okay. This is what his group has to do. And number 4, gather together all the many proposals that have been formulated by individuals, groups of world thinkers, and specialists in the different fields of world endeavor as to the new order. Okay? These are very specific and very practical undertakings that he is offering to his group and groups as a responsibility. Find out what is being suggested in the many different nations as to the New World Order, both good and bad, and this will involve the reading of books, their digesting and analysis, the forming of a small available library, and the study and accumulation of pamphlets on the subject. By doing this, a thought form of great potency can be built which will influence the minds of men. So, find out what is being suggested. Certainly this is, concrete work, and they will know to what extent they carried it out. Yeah. Okay. And number 5. Oh, there's quite a few things they have to do, are there not? Keep in touch with people in all countries, occupied and unoccupied, who can later be swept into constructive activity. Keeping in touch. How much easier it is today, indeed. Instantaneous. Thus, this group will be ready to vitalize people and groups everywhere with whom they are in touch, some of which were formed prior to the war and are perforce inactive. The units of service in the occupied countries are a case in point. Therefore, keep in touch objectively and subjectively with as many people as possible all over the world. So this is a group that he's really relying upon them to carry this work on. And of course, this is how the master thinks. Far ahead, even though the decision of humanity, who will be the victor, has not been made. So keep in touch, objectively and subjectively, with as many people as possible. The organizing of the needed financial equipment to carry forward this work must be the task of another group within this larger group of mine. And he needs that. And don't we all need that to carry the work forward in a practical, manifested manner? So, it reminds one of the C group number 9, the financial workers. Number 7, leaders of spiritual, religious, and esoteric groups, as well as educational groups, should be approached in the interests of world unity. These are heavy responsibilities and necessary, both heavy and necessary. A letter should be prepared inviting such leaders into a comradeship of mutual friendship and cooperation, not of coordination or fusion. Mutual friendship and cooperation. A coming together can thus be planned for united strengthening and advice. Such letters should always be the product of a group effort and suggestion after being formulated by the smaller group assigned to its production. So the group input is necessary, and letters have to be written, to bring, inviting such leaders into a comradeship of mutual friendship and cooperation, not to override their particular approach, but to be friendly and cooperative. A clear, oh goodness, there's so many, aren't there? Well, I wonder, do I make it to this point? Let's see. A clear formulation of the objectives for which this group has been formed should be drawn up for general circulation. Wise business organization should apply from the very start. He doesn't need the, impractical mystics. We've understood that. Wise business organization should be applied from the very start. Right voluntary help should be enlisted. Sound financial policies should be laid down. Okay. He's not really micromanaging, but he certainly is paying attention to the details of what must be accomplished in a very practical manner. Okay. And then definite work, preparatory to any work which future necessity may indicate in Europe or elsewhere, must be undertaken. Europe has much regeneration before it. It is not possible for you to undertake the rehabilitation of the entire planet. There is, however, much that you can do along the line of interpretation of ideals, of unifying and of strengthening other groups, and there are 3 things possible to this group. So definite work preparatory to any future work, any future necessity, which future necessity may indicate in Europe or elsewhere, must be undertaken. But it looks like a very strong focus on Europe. America was not one of those countries touched by the war in terms of the destruction of its infrastructure. Okay, and all of this, there are three things that are possible to this group. Let's see what they are. The discovery and the aiding of the members of the new group of world servers in the occupied countries and elsewhere, giving spiritual and practical material aid. So, three things which are possible to this group. Okay, let's look at it. And let's do it this way, three things. Okay. These people have quite an assignment, don't they? It makes you wonder, what is our assignment now? The discovery and aiding of the members of the new group of world servers in the occupied countries, and that, of course, we do not have right now what is called the occupied countries. We do have conditions of war. Maybe some people consider what's going on in the Middle East to be kind of occupation, and maybe there's something in the Far East that's along that line too. So maybe, we can apply this, work for the rehabilitation and correct handling of the children. Remember the problem of the children. It's been in the book Problems of Humanity. In the devastated lands, this is an urgent need and has wide promise and great implications for the future world order. Concentration upon this is desirable. I think headquarters must have been a very busy hub when considering these things. Continue the work of finding and organizing the men and women of goodwill throughout the world. It is they who will constitute the agents of this group and other New Age groups in the future. Work done by you prior to the war is thus to be continued and along similar lines. Okay. I'm trying to think about, is he talking to his group of 24? Is he talking to a headquarters group? Maybe the group of 24. And then number 10 points. Make a close individual study of the four freedoms and the 8 points in the Atlantic Charter, the Atlantic Pact, so that the members of this group can soundly envisage the freedoms of the new age and can therefore think clearly, teach the new ideals correctly, and aid this in this main world objective. Well, they are inspiring, are they not? I mean, even now, and we see attempts to work against them now and to violate. We see people wanting to impose their patterns of worship. It's a terrible totalitarian connection between impressive ideas, rigidly held, and religion. We see the attempt to curtail speech. We see that there is not sharing and people are subject to want, and we see a new arms race starting and many battles over who has nuclear weapons. We see everything that the four freedoms stood for being opposed in one place or another. So anyway, be clear and study these things. This is the key, so that there can be clear teaching. It is really about rehabilitation, isn't it? This understanding is more important than you realize. To teach these things about freedom in the new age, to teach the new ideas correctly, and aid in this main world objective, so that the members of the group can soundly envisage freedoms in the new age and can therefore think clearly, teach the ideals correctly, and aid in the this main world objective. Very practical work. This understanding is more important than you realize. Out of these suggestions, your group plan can take shape. Having made them, group plan, yes, indeed. Having made them and having indicated to you the lines of hierarchical desire, I shall say no more. The responsibility is yours, and to you I leave the working out of these ideas. Move rapidly and as a united group with the triangle work. It is basic in its usefulness and must be widely spread. Move with sureness and more gradually with the other aspects of the indicated work. Well, he is certainly in the role of the executive here. And there would be no question about what the hierarchy desires. And the group at the time, remember, it's still 1941. It's not yet after the war. It almost seems like DK could have swept us all along in the thought that the war was over. The strength and usefulness of this group will depend upon the inner union and love with which you work together, offsetting personality reactions. You will help each other on all levels where help is needed. Let this group work silently and as the hierarchy works impersonally behind the scenes, certainly not emphasizing anything of the personality to stand out from the rest of the group. Let them draw upon all available spiritual resources, dedicating all their mental, emotional, and material reserves to the work of helping humanity, and let them know, past all questioning, that the hierarchy stands. So this is the kind of help that can be mutually offered and can be expected of the members of this group, which must plan for the redemptive, rehabilitative work after the war is over. I guess he could not have been clearer. Now, the timing of these things does not apply to us, but the general idea of how things are done and what things are to be done, given the fact that not yet is the goodwill work and the triangles work spread as it could be and should be. Not yet, even. At least this is my opinion. Maybe others will take exception to what I say. We're on page 332. And we go back to when this began. It's some time ago. Here it is. It began on 313, and we have reached 332. So it's about 19 pages there. And the day is the 28th, and there will be no 29th. Yeah, let's see if I have this correctly. Okay. So what I see here, we're beginning a program that is about 5 hours long, maybe now a little bit more. It's just about 5 hours right now, but there was a little problem with the chronometer, so I cannot be sure. And this was 34. Now we're going to move forward and maybe this is all on the work of reconstruction. Move forward about 19 pages. And there we are. Okay, so this is now the end of number 34. And it's about 5 hours. I'd like to do more, but I better be more cautious. We don't want any technical problem. 313 to 332, and today is the 28th, and okay, 313 to 332, and we'll begin program number 35 at some point, and we don't know how long that will last. And we'll begin on page 332. Very definite instructions of a most practical nature have been given here. We are now about to enter the 1st of March in 2019. Very definite instructions have been given. And we can see that he was dealing specifically with a group of people. I think for the new seed group, the work of see, what work was that? In Discipleship Volume 2 was being written. Work on meditation, work on the formulas, work on the hints, work on the points of recognition. I think that's what they're called. And maybe he was addressing this group, such a group, in giving all these instructions, or maybe it was the headquarters group that would have to do all these things. And of course, in that headquarters group would be many that were in the reorganized seed group of 24. And then, as I understand it, there was also a group of 14 whose charge was to help externalize Master DK's ashram in New York, and for them, the 14 advanced rules found in rays and initiations, the rays and the initiations was being prepared. So I'm not sure that we have to know exactly what group it was, but he was speaking to a group, working with him intimately, a group whose assignment it was to make a practical contribution after the war was over. Now, I keep on forgetting he's so much in the present moment after the war is over, it's easy to forget that this is still September of 1941. And another thing is going to be written here, chapter, so to speak, for October 1941. And this is a long way from the end of the war. And the greatest crisis in the war has not yet occurred. So we see his technique. Get constructive action going. Think ahead. Mobilize for that kind of work. Give a definite schedule. prepare inwardly, move outwardly, consolidate, and the links that you make with other people, both in the and groups, both in the occupied and unoccupied lands. A whole plan is laid out, and yet it is not yet known whether humanity survives the coming crisis, about which he said, when the sun moves northward in 1942, we will know whether the forces of light and their representatives have triumphed, or whether the Black Lodge and their representatives have triumphed. This is still in the air. So I'm not sure we've quite done half the book. I don't think so, because I'm enlarging a lot of print here. And although it looks like we are, in terms of pages, more than halfway through, because of the enlargement that I've been doing for the sake of noticing important things, we still may not be at the halfway point. I'm wondering how long this book really is, Let's just see. Following the externalization comes from Bethlehem to Calvary, and there's page 701. Well, we are not yet at the halfway point, but we're getting closer, because we're at page 332, but we have to remember that 60 pages or so were not included at the beginning and will be taken up later. It shouldn't take too long to do those 60 pages. So we're approaching the halfway mark. And I'm just noticing here, this is so important, I guess we're there, the material goal, which all who love their fellow men and serve hierarchy must ever have in mind and at heart, is the defeat of totalitarianism, which is the eradication of all distinctive and contributive differences between people and nations. I do not say the defeat of communism, but the defeat of that evil process which involves the imposition of ideas, and which can be the method of the democratic nations and of churches everywhere just as much as it is the method of the USSR. This we call totalitarianism, and I would ask you to have this distinction in mind. Well, as long, almost any place that you land, we're going to have something of value spoken by Master Decay. So that's at the end of this book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, on page 701, and we are on page 332, but for practical purposes, only 260 pages have thus far been accomplished, or perhaps 270, something like that, because we have the earlier part of the book to address. But I think we can all find inspiration here. And it is so interesting to see, knowing the outcome as we do now know it, how the master thought and prepared his groups for possible outcomes when he himself was not certain. And it will be interesting to see, we're going to see how the hierarchy considered the danger. It's coming up, but we're moving very slowly. It seems that he was writing constantly for this group that he addresses, and pretty soon we're going to reach a point where he stops writing those letters altogether, the letters to individual group members. Things must be so serious on the inner side that for 2 years he gave them something to do and then suspended his writing until sometime later when maybe humanity was out of the woods. We don't know all that the masters do, not by any means. We do not know what measures they may take, nor is it really our business. We have to do quite a bit just to make sure that the things that we know are in our charge are correctly handled. It's such a great magnum opus that DK has written. That's what it is to have the master mind, as he has, and to make available widely really an entirely new view of the world and suited for the modern mind. I mean, we could all go back historically and say, well, there was an element of this in what he's saying, and an element of that, and an element of that, and it's true, but he has synthesized many ancient approaches and made it into a modern, progressive method of instruction for entering the new age, for humanity entering the new age in the proper way, and for entering the possibility of the fifth kingdom of nature. In other words, initiate humanity, leavened by those people who can take that initiation and beyond. And so humanity moves up some grades because of the efforts of the spiritual hierarchy. Okay, that'll be it for the moment. It's it's a little more than 5 hours, but I'd like to just keep going, but I'm just afraid of what might happen technically if I get too long a program. So maybe I'll just keep it at 5 hours, and if I have to start something else, I'll just start it as a new series of programs. Thanks, everybody, for your attentiveness. There's more than any of us can ever absorb, but just enjoy the process, and when you least expect it, and perhaps when you need it the most, something you've read, thought about, meditated about, will come to you to help you solve the issue of the moment. So, many blessings, lots of love, and we'll see you soon as I can. Bye-bye.